Question pretty much instantly, any calculation, that your phone's memory is essentially perfect. Your phone can remember videos, pictures, everything perfectly. Your phone is already an extension of you. You're already a cyborg. That phone is an extension of yourself. It's just that the data rate, the communication rate between you and the cybernetic extension of yourself that is your phone and computer is slow. It's very slow. It's like a tiny straw of information flow between your biological self and your digital self. And we need to make that tiny straw like a giant river. Huge, high bandwidth interface. It's an interface problem, data rate problem. Solve the data rate problem, then I think we can hang on to human-machine symbiosis through the long term.
Yep.
Elon Musk explained the goal of Neuralink, his brain-machine interface startup, is to allow humans to achieve a symbiosis with artificial intelligence, and that by merging with AI, humans will be able to keep up with AI. Musk plans to begin human trials on an early version of Neuralink intended to treat brain injuries. Musk said, ultimately, we can achieve a symbiosis with artificial intelligence. This is not a mandatory thing. This is something you can choose to have if you want. This is going to be really important at a civilization level scale. Even in a benign AI scenario, we will be left behind. With a high bandwidth brain-machine interface, we can go along for the ride and have the option of merging with AI.
So for the initial device, it's read-write every channel, about 1,024 channels, all-day battery life, recharges overnight, has quite a long range. This would connect to your phone and be communicating by essentially Bluetooth Low Energy to the device in your head. That's why I say in a lot of ways it is like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. And then you would not be able to see the device at all. You would look completely normal and just have a small scar under your hair.
Many scholars believe that advances in artificial intelligence will someday lead to a post-scarcity economy where intelligent machines can outperform humans on nearly every domain. The question of what such a world might look like and whether specific scenarios constitute utopias or dystopias are the subject of lively debate. Most scientists believe that AI research will at some point lead to the creation of machines that are as intelligent or more intelligent than human beings in every domain of interest. There is no physical law precluding particles from being organised in ways that perform even more advanced computations than the arrangements of particles in human brains. Therefore, superintelligence is physically possible. In addition to potential algorithmic improvements over human brains, a digital brain can be many orders of magnitude larger and faster than a human brain, which was constrained in size by evolution to be small enough to fit through a birth canal. While there is no consensus on when artificial intelligence will outperform humans, many scholars argue that whenever it does happen, an introduction of a second species of intelligent life onto the planet will have far-reaching implications. Researchers often disagree with one another, both about what types of post-AI scenarios are most likely and about what types of post-AI scenarios would be most desirable. Some AI researchers argue that AI will never become as intelligent as humans because the human race will already likely have destroyed itself before research has time to advance sufficiently to create artificial general intelligence. AGI advocates see the potential benefits of such a superintelligent entity and suggest that it could solve technological and environmental problems or pursue goals such as the abolition of suffering, better known as the Great Good.
But even that could be enhanced significantly. I think the two things that are needed for a future that we would look at and conclude is good, most likely, is we have to solve that bandwidth constraint with a direct neural interface and make a high bandwidth interface to the cortex. So we can have a digital tertiary layer that's more fully symbiotic with the rest of us.
Nick Bostrom has argued that AGI could be a dangerous threat to humanity, as it may result in an unrecognised being. Whether the benefits of such an entity could be trusted to have a benign intention is another matter. Some, and a minority in particular of those who investigate the ramifications of advanced AI, hold that the technology will inevitably inflict itself upon humanity without human intervention, a process of uploading of AI. They take this outcome as an undesirable one and believe that it would be preferable to prevent the development of AI of human level and superhuman intelligence, most commonly by holding out for the possibility of artificial intelligence to fail to live up to its expectations. The problem with this line of thinking, critics contend, is that it relies on the gradual development of AI, a development that has been showing no sign of abating and fails to account for the likelihood of an abrupt jump in human capabilities.
So one
Oh wow,
would be to
I
make
just
faster
really,
progress
my
now.
fucking
So you
god,
get
I
to
just
that
ripped the
point
goddamn
sooner
paper,
when
son of a
hardware is less
bitch.
developed. You get less hardware overhang. However, the current speed of AI progress is a fairly hard variable to change very much because there are big forces pushing on it. So perhaps the higher elasticity option is to ensure that whoever gets there first has enough of a lead that they're able to slow down for a few months, let's say, to go slow during the transition.
If a dominant superintelligent machine were to conclude that human survival is an unnecessary risk or a waste of resources, the result could be human extinction. This could occur if the machine, programmed without respect for human values, unexpectedly gains superintelligence through recursive self-improvement or manages to escape from its containment in an AI box scenario. This could also occur if the first superintelligent AI was programmed with an incomplete or inaccurate understanding of human values, either because the task of installing the AI with human values was too difficult or impossible, due to a buggy initial implementation of the AI, or due to bugs accidentally being introduced, either by human programmers or by the self-improving AI itself, in the course of refining its code base. Ostrom and others argue that human extinction is probably the default path that society is currently taking, in the absence of substantial preparatory attention to AI safety. The resultant AI might not be sentient and might place no value on sentient life. The resulting hollow world, devoid of life, might be like a Disneyland without children.
We've got the Cortex and the limbic system, which seem to work together pretty well. They've got good bandwidth, whereas the bandwidth to our digital tertiary layer is weak. So I think if we can solve that bandwidth issue, and then AI can be widely available. So I think it's extremely important that it be widespread, and that we solve the bandwidth issue. And if we do those things, then it will be tied to our consciousness, tied to our will, tied to the sum of individual human will. And everyone would have it, so it would be sort of still a relatively even playing field. In fact, it would be probably more egalitarian than today.
Elon Musk's Neuralink may be the only hope for humanity to avoid the extinction scenario from advanced AI. As technology continues to improve, future iteration of Neuralink's BMI may be able to offer us symbiosis with AI, thus avoiding a possible digital apocalypse. However, even if one day we can merge with AI, it is by no means a silver bullet to threat of a malevolent AI going rogue and taking control over the planet. It may also be possible for an AI to come to view its human counterpart a threat and possibly consider enslavement or even a preemptive attack. Neuralink's brain implant could be used to allow humans to connect directly with artificial intelligences, a system that, if successful, could be used to help solve some of the current problems and even improve human health.
I mean, you could solve blindness, you could solve paralysis, you can solve hearing, you can solve a lot with just by interfacing with Cortex. And really the thing that would change from interfacing with the Cortex versus deep brain systems is kind of the length of the electrode. So we just need kind of longer wires and to adjust the robot in order to access deeper regions of the brain.
If Neuralink proves to work, it will be the first true neural interface, an implant that will be inserted into the human brain, allowing a person's brain activity to directly interface with an artificially intelligent system. But as the technology is still in its infancy, we are unsure of what will happen once we finally get set up to keep communicating with AI. The final question is, would you want to merge with AI if or when the possibility arrives? Thanks for watching. Did you like this video? Then show your support by subscribing, ringing the bell, and enabling notifications to never miss videos like this.
I ain't gonna lie, yo. As soon as the technology is available, if I can afford that shit, I'm getting me a brain interface. You say, what? You gonna put my cell phone in my head? Hell yeah. I ain't wanna be the first person to do it, but I'll be in the first group of people. You know, a few of y'all motherfuckers go first, get that shit done, and let me know how you feel afterwards. Then I might get mine done. That brain interface, that shit is coming. A couple generations ago, people wouldn't think you can have, you know, video calls or emails or all these applications. Like, it wasn't even thought of. It wasn't even an imagination for somebody, you know, a few generations ago. But now, just because a digital brain interface is in the works, you know what I'm saying? This dude is really working to get this thing right. In a couple generations from now, that shit gonna be crazy, yo. Gonna be crazy.
وبكنتوني مطوبة på YouTube. كيف حالك؟ Thomas West-Podcast. Hoy biz organizar sobre el origen del lenguaje. Specifically, we'll be learning about der Tombau zu Babel. Isetimos? Давай! How many spoken languages have existed in the world, and where did all of this language diversity come from? Almost every ancient culture has had some kind of myth attempting to explain the origin of languages. Because it's such a universal question, it's such a universal story, with many variations, of course. In one Aztec tradition, mute children are each given a unique language by a magical dove. A Salishan myth tells how an entire village is split over an argument about duck noises, leading to an unfortunate rift in the entire community. And here we thought YouTube drama was bad. Over time, they drifted further apart and began speaking different languages. Other myths blame the confusion of languages on cannibalism, trickster gods, a madness-inducing famine, and in one tradition, it's because some jerk ate a couple of hummingbirds. There are as many myths as there are human cultures, but by far the most famous language origin myth is the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. According to the biblical book of Genesis, a worldwide flood has just wiped out all but 8 people: Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives. God tells them to be fruitful and fill the earth, which they start to do before humanity clusters in one city and begins building a giant tower to reach to the heavens. That ticks God off, so he confuses their languages. No longer able to communicate, they disperse throughout the world. Now, that's just a brief summary, and there are...
Yeah, in the Tower of Babel, once again, yo, this is... all the Old Testament stories are so fucking weird, are so fucking, like, nonsensical that before I called myself an atheist, I actually called myself a Luciferian, because it just seems like God did all the bad shit and Lucifer did all the good shit. You know, and it was like Lucifer was trying to wake people up to the truth about God and to their inner powers and their ability to achieve and all this kind of stuff, and God was just like, no, 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 you serve me, you don't do anything I don't tell you to do. And it's just like, well, that's crazy. And then, like the Tower of Babel, the story says that man was unified. The human race was unified in one, and they were accomplishing all these great things, and that scared God. God, how are you scared of your own human creations? How are you fearful of their abilities and their future endeavors and achievements? Like, shit don't make no fucking sense. God is not, well, whatever the humans are doing is not settling well with God. And he fears that they may be able to achieve too much. So he goes down and fucks up their party and smash their goddamn building. And then disperses everybody across the face of the earth. Like, that don't even seem fair, right, or logical, or any fucking thing. Like, what the fuck is that? And you talk about Tubal-Cain and Nimrod and all these other characters. It's just like, I don't know. Once again, the Tower of Babel is one of those first stories that just doesn't sit well with me. Even as a kid, it doesn't make sense. It's not logical for a creator God to go and smash and demolish all this shit, or go and destroy the city of Sodom, the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and tell somebody to kill his fucking son. Like, all the Old Testament God was weird as fuck. He was mean, and he was like a little trickster, and he wasn't all powerful. Like, the Old Testament God isn't this all powerful, omnipresent, omniscient, being, this motherfucker had to ask questions. He had to make deals. He actually had to travel from one location to another location, which took time for him to get there. He had other entities and life forms that was stronger than he was. He had his own rivals. So it's like, I don't know, the Old Testament God is not like God with a capital G. And he was pretty much a fucking dickhead. And he never got none of his plans together. Like, everything the Old Testament guy tried to plan out, that shit never fucking worked. It never worked. Every one of his little plans is just like, nope. But you're posting everything that happens. And then they throw free will in there, and then, I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. So we're going to listen to this guy deconstruct the Tower of Babel story.
All but 8 people: Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives. God tells them to be fruitful and fill the earth, which they start to do before humanity clusters in one city and begins building a giant tower to reach to the heavens. That ticks God off, so he confuses their languages. No longer able to communicate, they disperse throughout the world. Now, that's just a brief summary, and there are plenty of comically absurd aspects to that story, which I'm not going to cover in this video, because I already did in my reboot of Animated Bible Myths. I'll put a link to that video below in case you missed it. What I do want to look at in this video is the historicity of this story, and whether there's any evidence indicating that it actually happened, or if it goes against all of the archaeological findings and scientific data. Immediately after the flood, the Bible's author lays out an 11-generation family tree of Noah's descendants and says how long each of them lived. So while the author is anonymous, it's pretty clear that this is not a first-hand witness.
Yeah, and it's not enough time to rebuild civilization where there's enough people to even endeavor on such a massive construction project. So I don't know the exact years, but like he says, right after the flood, there's a biblical account of how many generations it took to get to the Tower of Babel, and it's not a lot of people, and it's not a lot of time. So you're just telling me in this small amount of time, these 8 people were able to reproduce enough to build a civilization, population size that had massive construction projects. I don't think so. It's just not enough time.
Any of this, but they're writing this down way after the fact. How much later? Well, we don't know, but bear in mind that the earliest written fragments of scripture we have are from almost 2,000 years later. Once they've given the who's who of Noah's family tree, the very first story after the flood is the Tower of Babel, which it says was built in the plain of Shinar. Shinar is mentioned 8 other times throughout the Bible, and we know exactly where it is. It's right here in Babylonia. Specifically this little region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It doesn't technically say who built it, but it's widely believed to have been a guy named Nimrod, because according to the Bible, Babel was built shortly after the flood before everyone started to spread out and populate the earth, and the Bible says that Nimrod built the city of Babylon where the tower was, and that he later went on to build several other cities in Shinar before dispersing to Assyria and building 4 more cities there.
But Nimrod was a great warrior in opposition to God. Never really understood what the fuck that mean. Like, they never really explained, like, the beef between Nimrod and God. He was a great warrior in opposition to God. He opposed God, like, but once again, they don't really fill you in on why Nimrod and God have this tumultuous relationship. They just say he was in opposition, a great warrior or a great hunter in opposition to God, and then Nimrod started the city of Babylon and the construction of the Tower of Babel, and God came down and crushed his shit. So if someone else had started the construction of the Tower of Babel, who wasn't, in conflict with the Creator, would God have allowed their intentions to be carried out? Or would he come down and smash their tower too?
This is where the Bible runs into major insurmountable problems. First off, Nimrod is Noah's great-grandson. There have only been 3 generations since the flood wiped out all but 8 people. Who exactly is he building these cities with? See,
That's that part right there. Like I said, I didn't know how many generations it was, but okay, so Nimrod is Noah's great-grandson. It's only 3 generations. So the Bible says the Nephilim came down and started fucking the women, and they was making like all these monstrous giants and shit. And God was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I can't have that shit. He's like, y'all done fuck everything up. I'm gonna wipe out all life, all living creatures which have the breath of life in it. Or something like that. Anything that breathes, basically. All living creatures that have the breath of life. Yeah. So God wiped everybody out except 8 people. You got 8 people left. And in 3 generations, you're telling me that this group of 8 people were able to procreate until we have a full-blown civilization in 3 generations. That's just like when Cain killed Abel, the earlier story, when Cain killed Abel and Cain was banished to the land of the refugees. If this is the first group of people that God made, he just kicked these people out of the garden. It's Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel. That's only 4 people. Cain killed Abel. That's only 3 people. And then God talked to Cain about what he did, and Cain tried to lie about it, and God said, well, I ain't gonna let nobody else hit you. And so he sent Cain away to the land of the refugees. Who in the fuck are all these refugees? And why are they refugees? Where did they come from? What are their homelands? And why aren't they allowed in their homelands, henceforth being a refugee? So that ain't make no sense. So you telling me that these 4 people, but all of a sudden there's a whole another population of people immediately that Cain can go live amongst. And then you wipe out everybody. There's only Noah and his family left. And then in just a few generations, there's a whole civilization of people all over again. Like where does these large groups, these large civilizations of people come from in the Bible that they're never, and then everybody want to like fill in the gaps and say, well, there was more time back then and people lived longer, and it really wasn't just a few years, it was probably 100 years because man lived so long, and Adam and Eve had hundreds of sons and daughters who interbred with each other to have more families, and that's where all the first people came from, is basically incest from all the children of Adam and Eve, which the Bible does not specifically clarify at all. It's just like assumed that there are other people, other places. So I don't know. It's, I say, the Bible is a weird thing, yo. And motherfuckers think that shit is true. They really believe that's how it happened.
that Generation 1 consisted of just 3 couples, Noah's sons and their wives. Combined, they have 16 boys, and since human biology dictates that the average natural sex ratio for humans is 0.95 girls for every boy, and we'll be generous and round up, then that gives us a total of 32 people or 16 couples by Generation 2. From here, the Bible only follows 3 of these people's lineages, but even if we assume that each of these 16 couples had 14 kids, over twice the country with the highest total fertility rate on Earth, that gets us only 224 babies for Generation 3. And that's assuming an infant mortality rate of 0, that no one died in childbirth, and no one died of disease or starvation, scrounging for food after the flood. And remember, this is before modern medicine, and this entire generation would be severely inbred. It also assumes that everyone had kids, and that there were no violent deaths, which is absurd because based on a wealth of anthropological data, we know that hunter-gatherer societies have traditionally been significantly more violent than urban societies are today, and they had much shorter life expectancies. So by the time Nimrod arrives on the scene, if we really fudge the numbers in the Bible's favor, then we can grant them up to 264 people on the entire planet. A more realistic number would be about a third of that, or about 88 people. And yet the Bible has Nimrod founding 2 great kingdoms with 4 sprawling cities each. We haven't even looked at the archaeological evidence yet, and the Bible's already debunked itself. But I'm not done. See, the cities that Nimrod allegedly founded were Babylon, Uruk, and Nineveh, all of which are very well-known cities in Mesopotamia, and 5 other cities which are listed which historians still aren't certain as to where exactly they're located. Now, here's the crazy thing. The first 3 cities we know a lot about, and they weren't all founded by the same person. In fact, they weren't even all founded by the same culture or at the same time period. Uruk is so old that there are multiple cities built on top of each other dating back to 5000 BCE. Nineveh shows signs of occupation as early as 1,000 years earlier in 6000 BCE, and both of these cities would thrive for thousands of years before Babylon was built in 2300 BCE. In fact, 800 years before the founding of Babylon, Uruk was an absolute powerhouse, a sprawling city so big that archaeologists estimated its population at 40,000 residents. So unless this Nimrod dude lived for 3,000 years, then this is a big fat swing and a miss. As for the tower, sure, some of these cities built steps to...
Let's say the whole Tower of Babel, like the numbers, the dates, the time frame, none of that shit don't fucking add up, yo. Folk, what up? But I don't know. Chilling in the studio early in the morning, listening to some Bible stories. You know I love my Bible stories, man. Them shit's interesting as hell, yo. Love the Bible stories. But we only got a little bit to work on this underpainting. I gotta add a little bit of color to this scarf that she's holding. And then after that, the underpainting will be done. And I can work on something else for a little while. So that's the main agenda this morning, is to get this off the easel. You know what I'm saying? This has to come off the easel before I leave the studio. It shouldn't be too hard. It's just like 2 colors I need. I'm only working with 2 colors on it for the most part, and like filling in some real simple shit. And then, like I say, it'll be a wrap for that one for a couple weeks. So what I need to do is, you see the scarf. The scarf has these gold chain prints on it, but the gold chains, they have a dark shadow on it. So I'm not gonna paint them gold to start with. What I'm gonna do is paint them dark brown, and then when I come back and put the gold on top of it, you can see the brown outline of it, and it'll be easier to do it that way. So that's all I got to do really, is just fill in the chain links on her scarf. They don't have any paint on it, but once I fill in those chain links, it's on to the next project. This is gonna be a good painting though. I already like that shit, yeah. Yo, this bud will not stay lit like I want to. It's in a doobie too, so. No, it'd just be easier for me to paint everything and then come back and just put her tattoo on top. Yeah, that'd be one of the last details I add. Yeah, the color is nice, yo. I like it. You can tell it's a sunny day, but it's like dulled down a little bit. Yo, Jedi, what up, man? Wow. Alright, that shit hit the fuck out of me just now. Damn. Finished listening to this dude debunk the Tower of Babel story. Because it's so easy to do.
Called ziggurats, and these may have been the inspiration for the biblical story written a millennium and a half later by Jews living in Babylonian captivity. But unlike the biblical narrative, these towers weren't abandoned. They were completed and had temples at the top of them that were fully operational. There is an unfinished ziggurat in the city of Eridu, but it was built over the remains of multiple temples since Eridu was not a new city when this ziggurat's construction began. And it also wasn't the first ziggurat ever built. And by the time the ziggurats at Babylon and Eridu were constructed, the ancient Egyptians had already completed the massive stepped pyramid of Djoser. They had a very distinct language and were beginning to record written records and hieroglyphics. Not only
Nah, man, very, very few people got that PS5, bro. Man, my homie sent me a picture he seen online, yo. Somebody got like 5 of them bitches stacked up, bro. Now, how you got 5 of them, and why? Well, you know why, but it's like, I don't know, man. That shit is just so stupid. You got one? That's what's up, bro. Now I wasn't able to fucking secure me a pre-order. But I didn't try as hard either. I mean, the day they announced pre-orders, I went to my local GameStop. Right when they opened up at 12 o'clock, and they were like, oh, we had 10 consoles, but they all sold online. I'm like, they sold online? All of them? He was like, yeah. Like, I'm like, okay. And so, like, since the day one of pre-orders, like that first week I tried, but no, when I seen like how it is, I just stopped. Really, I'm not gonna like I say, keep waiting by my phone or looking at a sales site or something, just waiting for my opportunity and keep clicking, click, hoping I get that shit. Like, yeah, like shit, like waiting 5 hours and shit, like that's not me, bro. I want it, I don't want it that fucking bad. You know what I'm saying? This is the first generation where it's been like this. Every other generation, like, I was able to pre-order my shit. Like I said, I got the PS4 first day, I got the PS4 Pro. The first day they dropped the Pro versions, I already had mines. I had the VR headset day one. I get everything day one. You know what I'm saying? Because I pre-ordered and paid my shit off. And so day one, I just had my shit. Xbox, when the Xbox One dropped, I had that shit day one. So I tried it, but I'm not gonna like, I'm not one of them people, bro. Like the iPhone people who be waiting outside a whole day and all. Like, I can't do that shit, man. No, I'm not waiting 5 hours, or like my cousin said, he was online for 36 hours with no sleep trying to secure his console. I'm like, he got one, but it's like, I can't do that shit, man. I'm not that fanatic about it. And then I keep feeling too, like the older I get, man, the less video games I play. and I'm excited about a new generation of gaming consoles. But still, I noticed like as hard as I used to, especially if it's not like a title that I'm absolutely looking forward to. Yeah, exactly. But like the biggest game that I've played this year was The Last of Us Part 2, and I was really amped for that shit, and I played it all the way through in like a couple of days. But there's very few games nowadays that excite me like that because I'm 40 years old and I've been playing video games since I was like 5 or 6 years old. So I've been playing games for a long time. I've seen everything there is to see so far, and in the past decade at least, there has been very few innovations to gameplay, to the actual gameplay, other than virtual reality, and I have that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't see a lot of new shit with games at all other than graphics. They look more realistic, and that's the main thing that these last two generations of consoles have done, was make things look more realistic. But as far as shooter games go, any shooter game you play, it's basically trigger for shoot, this trigger for aim, this trigger for squat and jump, and this button for lay down, and all the controls are basically the same. I don't care what shooter you're playing, and that's how long games have not innovated, is that all of them play the same way. If you're playing a race car game with a console controller, they all play the same. I don't care what company or what title, it's basically the same fundamentals in interacting with the controller in the medium itself. There's not a lot of innovation. And so like, and everybody's like, "Oh, the controller does this now and it feels more." And that's the thing, like we're trying to get more trying to get more in immersion from the game, from sensory effects, but the gameplay itself has not really changed. The new Call of Duty Cold War on PS5, is it going to play a lot different from Call of Duty we have now? No, it's not. And that's just it. Like Ghost of Tsushima, but I mean, how innovative was that? I mean, I played damn, what's that old ass ninja game from back in the day, yo? Uh Damn, I can't think of that game. But I mean, I watched the ass of gameplay from Ghost of Tsushima, and it's once again, it's just like it just looks like a bunch of other samurai games in the open world. Tenchu, Stealth Assassin. That's it. Tenchu, Stealth Assassin. And it's like, but has anything really changed since that? You know, it's basically the same shit. All of it's still the same. Now what I'm in for is story and plot. That's what, like, gameplay isn't gonna be that much different anymore. So you give me a good ass story with good characters, you know what I'm saying, and don't make it short. Give me, you know, a substantial amount of gameplay, uh, a really good story, really good voiceover acting, good music, you know, and then I can play through this shit. Because I mean, you're once again with a controller, you're not going to be able to innovate. The last thing that the controllers really did was put the joysticks on it. You know, it started with a little square Nintendo controller. No, really, it started with the Atari, one joystick with a button on it and a button on the side. Then you got the square Nintendo controllers. It had a thumb pad and start, select, and two buttons. And then, you know, added more buttons. But like the real last thing, like especially with Sony, was the touch screen on the controller, which doesn't have a lot of functions. It's cool. And the thumbsticks. So I say just with that format, there's not a lot more you can do with a lot of games, yo. And that's what I'm saying, yo. It's like, and am I excited? Yo, I can't wait to get my hands on it. Honestly, I cannot wait to say, oh, I got the PS5 with the new controller, the new headset, and all that shit, the new camera. But I'm not. I don't know. It's just like, once again, I'm not gonna like fucking like hound myself to death trying to fucking get one of them shits. It's too stressful. It's too stressful for me. So I've been watching a lot of people unbox theirs, and like I say, two of my cousins got it, and one of my homeboys got one, and it's just like, damn. My cousins, like I say, this nigga said he was online for 36 hours. I'm like, bro, word. He is like, my nigga, I was not turning off my computer until I got one. I was like, I don't think I could have did that shit, dude, because I haven't. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, even now there may be some way, you know, to find some kind of Japanese online site where you can kind of order one of these shit still, but I can't do that shit, man. I got other shit to do. The Rad Brad, I've been watching him. Well, I always watch Rad Brad play video games, but he had his PS5 early as shit. Yo, he had this shit like last week, and he already had he was playing um Watch Dogs Legion like weeks ago. He already played the first part of Black Ops Cold War. Uh, he played Valhalla before that shit came out. Now, he said he been doing that shit for 10 years though. So he get everything like at least a couple weeks in advance before everybody else, yo. And he got his fucking console early. And that's what they were saying initially, is because the price range for the consoles it's a lot cheaper than people expected, and so they were like, yeah, they're gonna lose money on these consoles, but the demand is so high, like the demand is gonna stay there for a long time, you know. It's gonna stay there for a long time, yo. Like I say, when it's easy to order one, then I'll get one, yo. When they're like in stock, not like I say, no company can even say they have them in stock, because as soon as one pops up on a site somewhere, Target.com has two. As soon as that shit is posted, immediately somebody has a bot that buys it. So no store can really say, oh, we got it in stock, because they're gone immediately. So that's what I'm saying, man. Like, when I can go into GameStop and be like, yo, let me get a PS5, and they pull the box off the shelf for me, that's when I probably buy one. I'm not trying to stand in line for hours. I'm not trying to wait online for hours. I just want that shit to be just as easy as buying anything else, man. Just go to the store and just get one. Yeah, that's what Rad Brad said too. He said there is the vibrations in the controller feel a lot better with the haptic feedback, and the ray tracing looks really, really good. But that's it. It's just like really crisp graphics. And then most people are going to have to upgrade their TV to take full advantage of the capabilities of the PS5 anyway. And that's something else. It's like, damn, do I want to buy a whole new TV too? So I just finished this one. Dude, I tore my Achilles tendon, yo. Trying to help somebody push a stalled car out of traffic. A stranger. Just trying to be a good Samaritan and help somebody push their car out of traffic and fuck my damn ankle up, bro. Tore my goddamn tendon. Had to have surgery. I've been out of work for like a month. Had 2 splints. Then I had surgery. Then I had a cast. And then last week they took the cast off and put me in a walking boot. And then Friday, this Sunday? Well, 2 days ago on Friday, I had my first session of physical therapy. So I'm gonna start taking physical therapy every Friday morning until I can goddamn walk again without this fucking boot on. See what happens when you try to be nice to people, help somebody out, you fuck your own self up. That's why I don't be looking out for niggas, yo. You know what I'm saying? I just mind my own business and do my own damn thing. You try to be nice to other people and be kind and shit, that shit backfire. Now, I had to have surgery. You know this strange lady I tried to help? She gonna help pay for all my surgery bills and my hospital bills? No. Who that shit stuck on? Me. Because I tried to help somebody. You know what? This is the most help I'm giving people now. I'm gonna help y'all find some good books to read. If y'all need me to pick something up or put something down, I don't think I can help y'all do that. Y'all need me to push something or pull something? No, thank you. But if y'all want some advice on some good literature, I got you covered. Not really, bro. She was just like some housewife and her daughter was in a car. But it was like a pretty busy little street we were on, and it was a black lady, so you know what I'm saying, trying to look out for my sisters and shit. And she was on the phone all frantic because people blowing a horn at her, and like, cause I was behind her in traffic, and you know I'm looking up down the street, and it's like the fucking light is green. Why is nobody fucking moving? Why is nobody moving with a fucking green light? And then cars start going around in the other lane, and so I'm like, okay, they're going around something. Maybe it's an accident or a stalled car. And then I get up to the point where you know the stop is at, and yeah, it's some black lady and her daughter in the car, and she's on the phone like she has tears in her eye. And her daughter's just in the front seat looking around all scared. And so I just pulled over and like, ma'am, you want me to help you push your car? And so while I'm pushing the car, other motherfuckers are still trying to go around. They see me pushing the car. I'm trying to move the car out of everybody's way so that we all can go on our fucking way. So I'm pushing the car. No, some dickhead, he still wants to try to go around. So she hits the brake real quick. And I didn't realize she was about to hit the brake. So I'm pushing hard as fuck, bro. And as soon as she hit the brake and the fucking car did that little jerk shit, man, that shit snapped my fucking ankle, yo. Snapped my shit like a rubber band. Pop. I heard that shit, bro. I heard that shit was like pop. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck was that? I tried to lift my foot up and I almost passed the fuck out, bro. The pain was so bad. The pain was so bad that it felt like I got shot, nigga. Felt like somebody shot me. I just pop. Oh shit, is that a bullet? What happened? I got shot in the ankle. No, I ain't get shot. I pulled my goddamn Achilles tendon, man. That shit hurt like a bitch. And I was on my way home from work, yo. And my whole plan after work was, I already had it in my mind leaving work. I'm like, yo, I'm about to go to the liquor store and get me a bottle of liquor. That was my afternoon plan. My whole plan got sidetracked because I hurt myself. And then, so after I fucked up my ankle, I just hobbled back to my car. And I'm in pain, right? So much pain. I'm almost crying over it. No lie, bro. I'm almost crying. This is the worst shit I ever felt in my life. And goddamn, my next thought was, I probably need to call my doctor. But I was like, I I'm still about to go to the liquor store real quick though. So no lie, nigga. I still went to the liquor store and got my bottle of liquor, bro. Fuck that. I was needing a drink that day. And now with my ankle hurting, I really needed a drink. So I get to the liquor store and I'm like hobbling in there, and the security guard is like, "Are you okay, dude?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He's like, "You don't look fine. What the fuck happened to you?" I was like, I think I just tore my Achilles tendon." He was like, "Nah, bro. If you tore your Achilles tendon, you wouldn't be walking at all, yo. That shit'd be too painful for you to even move." I'm like, "Word?" I was like, "Well, good. Then I probably just sprained it real bad because I was walking." He's like, "Yeah, you definitely didn't do that." And I'm like, "Okay." And then come to find out, I did tear my Achilles tendon. So I'm tougher than you thought, little bitch. You know what I'm saying? I tore my Achilles tendon and still walked to the fucking, well, not walk, but walked in the liquor store. That shit was hurting like a bitch, though. But I didn't I don't know. I didn't pass out or fall down to the ground and faint or no. But that shit was bad, though. Like, once again, it was the most pain I've ever fucking felt, ever. Oh, wow, that is so crazy. That shit even fooled me just now. Looking at the bookshelf, bro, I thought this was in the painting, but it's not. That's a real book right there. But how I set the painting down right there, I was like, "Oh, I didn't paint that. Did I paint Norman Rockwell right there?" And it's like, "Oh, no, I'm just that good. I fooled my damn self just now. Like, oh shit, I thought that was a part of the painting, but it's not." Still to the liquor store. Fuck wrong with you? Still about to go get my drink. I thought it was in the painting, bro. Yeah, like, You didn't tear your Achilles tendon. If you tore your Achilles tendon, you wouldn't be walking right now. You probably would have been passed out somewhere on the ground. Like, really? Is it that painful? Like, I don't know. Well, this one. That's gonna be next. That's So this is the one I just finished. Blueprint for Black Power, a moral, political, and economic imperative for the 21st century, written by Dr. Amos Nelson Wilson. And that painting right there is going to be this. The Falsification of African Consciousness, Eurocentric History, Psychiatry, and Politics of White Supremacy. Also written by Dr. Amos Nelson Wilson. So this is going to be my next painting. Hey, Dr. Wilson hit you with that shit, yo. That Blueprint for Black Power, Falsification of African Consciousness, The Genius of the Black Child, Black on Black Violence, what else? What other book I got from him, yo? I got a couple Dr. Wilson books, yo. The man he was a genius, yo. A real fucking genius. And he was like a lawyer and a psychologist, and he understood black people, yo, and he loved us, and he did so much studying and researching and writing just so we can understand who the fuck we are and what the fuck we need to do to get into a better position. My Cash App? Do I have Cash App? Oh, I do. All my shit I use my same email for everything. I have an old ass email. It's a Yahoo. So I said that shit in front of somebody. They was like, "Damn, nigga, you old." I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean?" It's like, "You got a Yahoo email." I'm like, "Yeah." It's like, "Nigga, that was the first emails." I'm like, "So, still got mine." But my my email is my first and last name and the year I was born. and I use that email. That's my main email, so I use it to receive notices, and I that's my if you wanna do any kind of digital transaction like Cash App, PayPal, or Zelle, or anything like that where you need a email to send money to people, I use the same email for all of my cash things. So it's yo, Frank, what's up, bro? First name, last name, which is Travis Prince, and I was born in '81. I'm getting up there, bro. So that's it. That's my email to if you want my cash out. You about to send me some money? That's what's up, my nigga. I love getting money, bro. Cash app me. What do you want? I'll send you a brush holder. Or you can go to my Etsy page. My Etsy is Paintings by the Prince. And where you can order. Oh, this one ain't got no tag on it. But I do have. Oh, damn, ain't none of these got tags on it up here. Anyway, I do have tags that actually have, it says the Prince brush holder on it. But if y'all guys want to go to my Etsy page and order a brush holder for 20 bucks, y'all can do that. If you want to do like my man and just, cash out me a couple of dollars so I can get me a coffee or something, I always accept that too. But these brush holders is popping. I sold about 30 of them. All my art buddies be buying these shits up. And then I have I know a guy who owns, he's a local property owner, but he actually owns like 2 art shops. One of them is basically a frame shop where you go get paintings and pictures and stuff framed, and that's all he does at one location is just framing. But he has like the nicest frames. And at his other location, which is in my city, it's a frame shop, it's an art supply store, and it's a little small art gallery. So it's called Marquise Art and Frame. And at the location here where he actually sells stuff, he has I think I gave him a half a dozen of brush holders to put in his store, and so they're actually on the shelves in a store. And I'm in communication with like some bigger national distributors to see if they want to like lease my patent and sell it themselves, and so I can make some money off of it that way. Cause I'm trying to retire when I'm 50, bro. I ain't lying, man. I need to do something, some kind of way. I need to meet the right motherfuckers and sign the right papers so I can retire when I'm 50. When I'm 50 years old, I don't want to have to do nothing else but paint. That's it. I don't want to do nothing but paint. But motherfuckers, somebody gonna buy this fucking brush holder design from me for like a couple $1 million, and I'm gonna just sit back on that shit. You know what I'm saying? A couple $1 million, that ain't really shit. That's just, ain't even rich, really. That's just like you got money. You know what I'm saying? Because rich motherfuckers, they be having like $10 million. I'm a millionaire. I'm worth $13.4, million. That's rich. Then you got wealthy motherfuckers who worth billions of dollars, and the Rothschild family who's worth trillions of dollars. So like a couple million, like 2-3 million, that ain't even like rich. That's just like you got money. you got some money. You know what I'm saying? That's all I need. I don't even need to be rich to ride my shit out. All I need is some money. Just give me some money. I'll invest that shit smartly. I'll go buy a couple rental properties on some shit, you know what I'm saying? And sit back and ride that bitch out. By the time I'm 50, I ain't trying to work no more, man. This nigga said no warning shots. And in fairness, that is his warning right there. So I hope all the trolls get to read this shit, yo. Cause he already let you know straight up, yo. Be respectful. Pow. That's it, bro. Work for myself. I need to come up with one more idea that I can try to sell to somebody. And come up with some good paintings to try to sell to people. And that's it, man. I'm trying to use my brain. I'm tired of using my body. for a paycheck, using my back. You know what I'm saying? Staying on my feet all day. I don't want to use my body no more to make no more money. I need to use my brain. I gotta work with my mind. Being racist. I ain't had to see that. See, you saved me and my peace of mind. I sure appreciate it, bro. Say, as soon as I came in here, niggas started racist shit. That's how they be though, early in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I be trying to beat the trolls. Them motherfuckers be up early, bro. They be up early as we do. Ready. Ready. Yeah. You can't work for somebody else forever, bro. Not forever. Damn. I've done it long enough. Who am I gonna troll this morning? I see some black dude with dreads. He about to get it. Motherfucker is just anxious to hate. How you in a rush to hate somebody? A stranger on top of that. You know what I'm saying? I was in a rush to help somebody out and fuck myself up. And these motherfuckers be in a rush to hate on somebody for no reason. Just a strange person they don't even know. I'm just gonna say some irate shit to. That shit never add up, man. That shit never add up. That shit never add up to me, bro. You just hate. You might have to, somebody brought it to my attention that I have 2 Instagrams. And for some reason, I can't find my other one. So I don't see no message in my IG you sent to me, yo. You're gonna have to go to Paintings by the Prince on Instagram. But somehow I think I have an Instagram under Travis Prince. I can't never get back to that shit for some reason. Settings, account, switch to business account, switch to personal account, personal information. Yeah, I don't know why I can never find like the first account I made because I don't use it anymore. We were just talking flaws of human design. Achilles is definitely one of them. Why does this one little small tendon control so much fucking shit, bro? Huh? You couldn't structure the foot a better way than that? God damn it, man. That shit's the fucking worst. Yeah, but this is the one I use right here. This has like 4,000 followers on it. I know my other account don't have that many. But once again, I can't find I don't know how to get to that other fucking account. Because somebody said that one time before, like, oh, I sent you a message on Instagram. I was like, I don't see that shit. And then they screenshotted my other account. I'm like, yo, I forgot I do have that other account. But, like, how do you get to that shit? I don't know how to. Can I search myself? Yo, I just searched myself and there it is. Yo, but it's like it's not my it's like it's not my account because it says I can unfollow this account if I want to. And I can message it. But there aren't even any posts on it. It has 162 followers with no fucking post at all. That's weird. I just searched my other account. There you go. Alright, we already talked about this once before then. I see some old messages from this, bro. So, my price list is still basically the same. Let's see. Well, why won't it let me? Hmm. Oh, it makes you go through a whole different step now. If you go in your files or something, because the iPhone just had an update, so I tried to find something in my files, and it made me go through like this whole extra fucking step to just copy my price list. Like that was way too hard just now. All right. In my email or on my Instagram? I'll check my email. No. Did you send it on Instagram? Yeah, what the fuck? My homie just sent me some weird ass shit. Alright, you've been here for an hour, guys. I do need to paint a little bit real quick. I want to get this off the easel, if nothing else. And it's not a lot to do, just filling in the little circles with some brown paint. So if we can get this off the easel, I'll be in a good spot to put. We're going to put that on the easel next. But this has to come down, and we just have to fill in a little bit. Let's do this. Shit shouldn't take like 30 minutes, maybe. Oh, her earring too. I forgot that. Gotta put some paint on there too. Not a lot. Just a little paint here, a little paint there. And shit that really, I should have just like powered through and finished it yesterday, but then I was like, you know, it's my painting. I'm not really working for, it's not a commission that someone is waiting on or anything. It's just for me. So I love doing paintings for myself because I can go at whatever speed I want to. And not saying that I try to rush through my commissions when I work for somebody else, but when I do work for other people, I definitely try to just spend more time in the studio, play less video games, and you know, not go hang out as much, and just really work on the job that I have, because it is like a job. So, but once again, when it's just my own painting and nobody's like looking for this thing to hang in their house, it's just like, yo, I'll go at whatever speed I want to go. You know, I'll take my time with this shit. You know, I might only paint for an hour or so today.
But archaeologists have found jewelry, precious metals, and lapis lazuli as early as 3,300 BCE in Naqada, Egypt. Egypt doesn't have lapis lazuli mines. There was only one source of this blue rock in the ancient world. It was mined and traded from the Kokcha River Valley in northeastern Afghanistan. That means that there were trade routes all the way from Afghanistan to southern Egypt long before the first ziggurat was ever constructed, and 1,000 years before Babylon was even a city. Now, you may be wondering how archaeologists are able to tell how old something is and whether or not these dating methods are actually reliable. So I'll be covering that in an upcoming video, but first, I'm not quite done with the Tower of Babel. Since there are so many different ways to disprove this story, I'm gonna have to do a part 2 on it. If you'd like to see either of those videos, make sure that you're subscribed to my channel and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss the video. If you enjoyed this video and appreciate the work that I'm doing spreading scientific skepticism and critical thinking, please consider supporting my work with a per video pledge on patreon.com/holykoolaid or with a monthly pledge on Subscribestar. I also accept one-time donations on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you Double E for your support. And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Yo, holy Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying?
EVE
That's
Online is a
who was that?
vast universe.
Jim Jones?
Alive with the...
Didn't Jim Jones get everybody to drink the Kool-Aid, yo? That holy Kool-Aid. We about to go see our maker. Everybody have a cup. Some holy Kool-Aid. Don't drink that shit, man. I know that shit great flavor and it got ice in it. On chill. You know, you gotta question that shit though. Holy Kool-Aid has a label on it that says Tower of Babel. I'ma question that shit because that shit don't make no sense. Some people love that holy Kool-Aid though. Damn, shit be tasty. Thirst quenching. Right? I know. I ain't never drank that shit though. I know a lot of people who do. They try to get me to drink it, but I be like, nah. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that holy Kool-Aid, man. I don't want none of that shit, bro. Y'all can have at it, buddy. Well, you just gotta believe. That's all good. I believe I'll pass. I believe I'll pass on that. But hey, more power to you.
If you like it, I love it. I just ain't gonna participate. That's all I got to say. I just ain't gonna participate. Like the voting thing out with that shit too. Hey, if you like it, I love it. But hey, I ain't gonna participate in that shit, man. Whatever. Y'all keep drinking that Kool-Aid. Taste it, tasty. Sammy the Bull. Ain't that dude from New York who talked that shit back in the day? Huh? Sammy the Bull? No? I thought the Black Panther, was it the Black Panthers or the Nation of Islam was gonna fuck that dude up? I might be got the whole story wrong and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is a real possibility, you know? Now I wants to Google Sammy the Bull. Cause I'm pretty sure this was some like, damn. I cannot remember who this dude is. Come on, man. This nigga said weak. You gotta tell me, man, where you get that name from, man. Am I close? Am I right? No? I'm wrong about that shit, ain't it? I know I'm right. I be wrong about a lot of shit. It's all good, though. I ain't gonna apologize. I'm just, hey, just tell me where I'm wrong at. Sammy the Bull. Seemed like some pro-black activists were gonna fuck this dude up for saying some dumbass shit or something. This dude said, I can't believe I can't find the pic I'm looking for. You're weak. You always been weak. Was it Sammy the Bull or something the Jew? I can't remember, man. Black people had so many enemies over the years. Can't remember all these gangsters. All these thugs and criminals. See, these be the parts right here where I be needing an apprentice, yo. Somebody who wants to learn how to be a master painter like me. Y'all can come do this part right here and pick up first-hand skills and knowledge of how to actually build and construct a painting from beginning to ending. But see, no, nobody don't want to learn shit like that no more. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers want to learn the code and all kind of shit. I probably should have waited too, cause all this light blue and turquoise is really wet, and it's kind of pulling into this dark brown a little bit. But once again, this is just the underpainting. I'm just blocking stuff in, filling stuff in. So this is not the final layer of paint you'll be seeing. So little shit like that don't bother me too much. But hell, I gave it a couple of days before I came back to do this part. I thought that shit would have been like tacky at least. Nah, I want to be wet. Oh, see, just like that. Damn it. Picked up that blue paint. Smudging it around. Don't want to mess up too much of the blue. Gotta keep that blue strong. You my boy, Blue. Might have to move my maul stick over just a little bit. Move my stick over. That magic stick. Let me set this down for a second.
Facebook Shops, your customers can easily browse and buy on Facebook and Instagram.
People can kind of scroll through and stop at something that they think, wow, I love that.
Connect with customers and sell your products all in one place. Get started with Facebook Shops.
Seeing your pet live 100%. There's nothing better. Play, fetch, chase, and jump 100%. The right food unlocks that life for your pet. Now, finding what's right is easier at Petco.
Alright, my bad, guys. We're listening to Holy Kool-Aid. This is Nothing Fails Like Bible History, episode 6. Where's my brush? Oh, this one is the one I'm using. And back to filling in the chains.
What's up, skeptics? Thomas Westbrook here. Can the stories in the Bible be taken literally as natural historic accounts, or are there problems that arise when interpreting Christian scripture this way? Unless you see the Bible as pure metaphor or allegory, you can approach the Bible, or any religious text for that matter, in several of the following ways. On one end of the spectrum, you can take the stories as pure myth, complete and total fiction without a shred of truth in them. Then you can approach them as legend, where some but not all of the people, places, and events described are based loosely in reality before being exaggerated and embellished over time, resulting in a grand, largely non-historical big fish fantasy. On the other side of this truth spectrum, you have the Bible as a true human interpretation of completely natural historical events. An example of that would be saying that the Red Sea did part during the Exodus story, but it was the result of completely natural strong winds and just the right placement of a land bridge right below the surface of the water.
It may not have been like the classic movie, The Ten Commandments. In fact, a new study published by PLOS indicates that strong, persistent winds could have been a major factor in the sea's movement. So they did these computer simulations recreating 3,000-year-old acts, and then they found that 63-mile-an-hour winds blowing for 12 hours could have actually pushed the water to bend.
Some atheists even take this approach, trying to find natural explanations for the scriptural accounts without necessarily realizing that the stories themselves aren't exactly the most credibly sourced and are oftentimes riddled with scientific impossibilities, historic inaccuracies, and contradictions. Creationist organizations like Answers in Genesis or Catholic Answers will also typically take this approach as long as they can until they hit a wall of impossibilities and have to swing further down the spectrum to interpreting the Bible as true by appealing to the supernatural. In other words, all of the miracles happened as described, and if something is scientifically impossible, like a talking donkey or a man living in a fish belly for 3 days, rather than raising a skeptical eyebrow at the story in question like they would do to any other religion or to Greek or Norse mythology, instead they throw out about everything that science has repeatedly tested and demonstrated about the universe we live in, and they embrace the world of the impossible, miracles and all. This is an unfalsifiable cop-out. There's no evidence for a global flood? Well, God must have hid the evidence to test your faith. Prove me wrong! And in making this leap, they simultaneously shift the burden of proof and violate Occam's razor. But do Christians have to completely throw science, reason, and logic out the window and appeal to miracles if they want to accept the Bible as historically true? Or can they hang around here on the spectrum of the Bible as a natural historical reality? Catholic apologist Trent Horn with Catholic Answers has been attempting to rebut my videos on the historicity of the Bible, and I've been defending my work. I'll link to my last 2 videos below. In my video on Joshua, I showed how a hailstorm slaughtering tens of thousands of soldiers, as told in the Bible, was absolutely preposterous. I showed that while it's possible, just how unlikely it is to actually die from hail. What I didn't include was the fact that the Guinness Book of World Records puts the deadliest hailstorm in history at...
Commercial. Isn't that just perfect timing?
People understand how the universe operates.
246 people.
So I'm pretty sure this is the article where Westbrook got that statistic. In the U.S., hailstorms resulting in loss of human life are quite rare because we have shelter. NOAA keeps record of hail fatalities since the year 2000. Only 4 people have been killed by hail. So he said he got it from AccuWeather, and if this is the article he got it from, I'm baffled because this is the paragraph before it in that same article. And it says, the World Meteorological Organization reported that the highest mortality associated with a hailstorm, a modern hailstorm, happened near Moradabad, India on April 30th, 1888. The deadly storm killed 246 people with pieces of hail as large as goose eggs, oranges, and cricket balls. So that's on par with what's being described happening to the Amorites here in this section of Joshua. So I don't get it how he would quote this here but then completely gloss over this here.
Trent, this account from Moradabad, India actually was in the first draft of my script, but the reason I didn't include it in my final draft is simple. I fact-checked it. And you should have too. You see, I wanted to know if it was even possible for an entire army of tens or hundreds of thousands to be wiped out by hailstones as reported in the biblical book of Joshua. What I found was report after report of massive record-breaking hailstorms everywhere from the US to Israel to Australia with no deaths. And when there were fatalities, they were almost always from lightning strikes, wind knocking houses down on people, or flash floods accompanying the storms. Even with over 100,000 major hailstorms in the US in the last 20 years, there were only 4 reported deaths from hail. That alone raised some serious red flags for me with this 132-year-old account from rural India, so I tracked down the source. According to Arizona State University, the London Times reported about half the number reported by AccuWeather, 150 deaths caused chiefly by hailstones, so not even all of the 150. But they also included what they referred to as one of the earliest and most complete references to this event, which was given by A.W. Greeley in his 1888 book, American Weather. He got the story third hand from a John Elliott who got it from a J.S. McIntosh. Greeley wrote that about 230 people died in Moradabad, and the majority of the deaths were caused by hail. The majority of them. So not quite 246 hail deaths in Moradabad, but most likely more than half of the 230 deaths in this town were recorded as hail-related. But see, I wasn't done. I tracked down the original book, and the very next paragraph states that Greeley's source, John Elliott, was, quote, of the opinion that those who perished were not killed directly by the blows of the hailstones, but by being knocked down by the wind, were buried in the hail and perished through the combined effects of cold and exhaustion. So the reason I cited meticulously detailed statistics spanning decades from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and didn't go with a sketchy third-hand 132-year-old account from Moradabad, India, is because I went with the far more reliable source.
I'm baffled.
Meanwhile, literally 2 minutes before this, in your response video, you cited the channel responsible for Ancient Aliens to make the case for another extremely spurious miracle hailstorm in which God intervened on Easter Monday almost a millennium ago to slaughter nearly 1,000 soldiers. But we'll come back to that. The fact is, I don't just have to cite the NOAA to make my case. Let's assume for a moment that the world record of 246 fatalities in India is actually accurate. It still decimates the biblical account. You see, in the last 132 years, there have been millions of hailstorms around the world. There were 5,396 major hailstorms in just the US in 2019 alone, which is about an average year for the US. That's 1 year, 1 country. Do the math. Even the most damaging hailstorm very rarely results in a single fatality. And when they do, it's usually from strong winds collapsing buildings on someone, or someone being caught in a flash flood, or being struck by lightning. India is the second biggest country in the world in terms of population, and is extremely densely populated. Even with millions of storms spanning over a century, it is very difficult to find more than a handful of hailstorms where more than a few dozen people died from hail. Heck, with the 3 that he found, Trent listed most of them. The Moradabad, India storm happened here, and the Rupkund Lake incident happened here in the Himalayan mountains, where some of the most extreme weather in the world occurs. One of the other biggest death tolls happened here in Bangladesh, but it didn't even break 100 fatalities. Finally, hail falls significantly harder at high-altitude places like the Himalayas because the air is thinner, offering less air resistance than somewhere at sea level like the nation of Israel.
Just like the Colorado Rockies and the Coors Field Park, home runs go further. Hail's going to fall a lot faster when it hits the ground at Denver versus when it hits the ground at sea level.
8% more damaging, according to National Weather Service meteorologist Paul Schlatter.
So with millions of hailstorms to choose from, the world record for the most people killed by hail in extremely population-dense India, with some of the most dangerous weather in the world, is a whopping 246. Maybe. And oftentimes these numbers include those killed by lightning, drowning in flash floods, caught in collapsing buildings, etc. And bear in mind that while not always, it's oftentimes children and the elderly who die in storms like this. And not battle-hardened, thicker-boned adult men wearing helmets and shields. Okay, by comparison, how many soldiers does the Bible claim died from hail in the battle against Joshua? It doesn't. But we can get some high and low estimates. Israel had over 600,000 fighting men. At least 40,000 of them crossed into Canaan with Joshua, where he joined up with another army. Even if the army that he joined up with had a quarter of the men that he had, that would give him about 50,000 or so troops. In Canaan, there were 7 nations more populous and mightier than Israel, according to Deuteronomy 7. 5 armies in Canaan rose up to squash Israel. It is highly unlikely that 5 armies from nations stronger than Israel would go toe-to-toe against them without bringing at least the same number of troops to the table. But given that the Bible paints the odds as daunting and depicts Israel as needing miracles from God for a victory, they probably had well over 50,000 troops, and that's lowballing the number, assuming Joshua didn't bring the rest of his 600,000 fighting men along. Now, I'm not saying that these numbers are realistic, but we're going with what the Bible says took place. According to Joshua 10, the enemy army was wiped out, and more than half of them died from hail. So an extreme lowball of the number would be 25,000 armed men, possibly as many as 300,000 or more armed with shields and wearing helmets, who died from hail in Israel. Let me repeat that. The world record for hail deaths in one of the most population-dense places on planet Earth with the most extreme weather on the planet is 230 or 246, possibly. And that's over 100 times smaller than the lowest estimate that we can possibly derive from this Bible passage.
So that's on par with what's being described happening to the Amorites here in this section of Joshua.
Nope. But let's check out the other cases that Trent listed.
He's already dead.
Here's another example. In Rupkund, India, there is a lake called the Skeletal Lake, and they've discovered hundreds of skeletons around this lake. And people wonder, well, what caused all of these people to die? Well, here's the story from Atlas Obscura. Says that among Himalayan women there is an ancient and traditional folk song. The lyrics describe a goddess so enraged at outsiders who defiled her mountain sanctuary that she rained death upon them by flinging hailstones hard as iron. After much research and consideration, a 2004 expedition came to the same conclusion. All 200 people died from a sudden and severe hailstorm. This is dated, I think, to like 850 AD. Maybe it's BC, but this was several centuries ago, and these people were all around this lake. They were caught in a hailstorm. And they know this because when you look at the skeletons, you see that they suffered things like skull fractures, but the indentations on the skulls are not caused by any known weapons available at that time. They're these divots that were caused by being impacted by hailstones. Now, later research has shown where Rupkund, India, the Skeleton Lake, that some of the skeletons there were not from that catastrophe, but from some other disaster. But they still say a large number of them were killed in a sudden and freak hailstorm.
In the case of Rupkund Lake, only some of the skeletons showed signs of hail damage prior to death. It's an extremely dangerous passageway through the Himalayas, but is also a holy pilgrimage site. Scientists dated and performed genetic testing on the skeletons there and found that the people didn't all die at the same time from a freak hailstorm, but the bodies there died from different causes in a 1,000-year span.
Back during the 100 Years' War, 1960 on Black Monday, there was a hailstorm that killed 1,000 English soldiers in Chartres, France. So a lot of them probably died from skull fractures from these large hailstones, and hail can weigh as much as 2 pounds if you get a bad enough hailstorm. If a block of ice the size of a grapefruit hits your skull, you're not going to be doing so well. And not even that, even it's not the hail, you had people who might, in terror, which happened to the Amorites possibly, in terror, run off of cliffs or down gullies, be stampeded by horses or by one another. So here is an historical occurrence in battle, like what we see in the book of Joshua, where soldiers are killed by a hailstorm, and a large number of them, like 1,000 troops.
Black Monday, the alleged account where almost 1,000 troops died in a hailstorm that was lauded as God's intervention on Easter Monday. None of the oldest accounts I could track down for that actually claimed that 1,000 people died from hail. Instead, there's an account of troops freezing to death because the day was, quote, so cold and dark that much of the king's people died. There's another account of a foul day of mist and hail, and so bitter cold that many men died of cold, wherefore unto this day many men call it Black Monday. Oh, and as for this being God's intervention on Easter Monday fell on April 6th in 1360, not April 14th. So I'm guessing this account was likely a highly exaggerated / embellished account by King Edward III, using God's will / intervention as an excuse to withdraw from a failing military campaign while saving face. Because that's exactly what he did. So in nearly 700 years, with millions upon millions of hailstorms, we have one baloney miracle account of 1,000 troops dying by divine intervention, and we have a handful of instances where 100 or 2 died in a hailstorm. I'm not saying that nobody has ever died from hail. If you're caught in a hailstorm, seek shelter. But the Bible's account of tens, possibly hundreds of thousands of soldiers in armor dying from hail at sea level in the Middle East has my BS detectors going crazy right now.
And this is what baffles me about this part of Westbrook's video. It takes like 2 minutes of research on the internet to see that hail has been extremely dangerous in the past and even up to the present day in developing countries where you don't have access to good, sturdy shelters or places to take refuge from hailstorms.
If you think that 2 minutes of research is sufficient, Trent, then that's a serious problem. In your response video, you could have searched for a credible source. You could have hunted down citations. You could have studied aggregated data records of tens of thousands of hailstorms. But instead, you spent 2 minutes on Google and simply plugged in the first search result that fit your narrative? I'm baffled by that. As his response continued, Horn made it very clear that he completely missed the point of my video.
So one alternative hypothesis to what Westbrook is putting forward here is, okay, God just performed a miracle. He's God. He's all-powerful. There's no problem with him doing that.
I know very well that people can and do appeal to miracles. This is a type of magic of the gaps, explaining away every inconvenience in Scripture with, well, God did it. But see, in your video response to me, you criticize fundamentalists who take the Bible too literally, and even implied it was problematic.
Ken Ham, the poster child for having an overly fundamentalist, literal view of Scripture as a Christian that people carry with them when they become atheists and see that trying to treat the Bible like a scientific textbook, it doesn't grow people in their faith, it just turns them into atheists when you do that.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like you're trying to straddle both sides of this intellectual tug of war, depending on which is momentarily more advantageous to you. If you're reading the Bible as a history book, not a metaphor, you have to acknowledge at this point that either the stories as depicted did not happen or were massively embellished or exaggerated. Otherwise, You have to appeal to the supernatural, filling every preposterous claim with unfalsifiable shouts of God magic. But what you can't do is claim the Bible is an accurate, natural, historical document when it makes so many overt, literal claims that are historically bunk and scientifically wanting. And you wonder why my videos target biblical literalists, fundamentalists, and young earth creationists? Sure, you could still say it's all just a happy metaphor in a Jordan Peterson kind of way, and if you want to talk about that, that's okay. But this is not Nothing Fails Like Bible metaphor. This is Nothing Fails Like Bible history. Trent, as we both explore these topics further, I hope that you stay safe during this coronavirus pandemic. And to everyone watching this from their quarantine bunkers, I hope it has brought you value, whether through education, inspiration, or entertainment as you practice social distancing. Holy Kool-Aid is a fan-funded show, and I understand that a lot of us are hit hard by this global economic crisis. I fully expect that many of you who have supported my work up until now will have to unpledge on Patreon because you need to pay bills. That comes first. I completely understand. That said, I don't know how this is going to affect the show or how many people will unpledge when this next month hits. So if you're not struggling to make ends meet and you value the work that I do, it would really help offset that if you're able to make a per video pledge on patreon.com/holykoolaid, or you can make a one-time donation via PayPal. Thank you so much to everyone who's backed me this far. Y'all are amazing. And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. That holy Kool-Aid had you fucked up.
Quand on est bantu på YouTube, qui est Haruka. Thomas West Podcast. Aujourd'hui, biz organiser sobre el origen del lenguaje. Specifically, we'll be learning about der Tombau zu Babel. ¿Y si etimos? Dabei! How many spoken languages have existed in the world, and where did all of this language diversity come from? Almost every ancient culture...
Alright, we just watched that one. I just smacked the camera? My bad.
Spending the last 2 months of my life up to my elbows in ancient Egyptian history for my video on the pyramids, I began to realize just how daunting the amount of archaeological finds exist in Egypt. There are millions of animal mummies alone. The top 50 museums of ancient Egyptian antiquities alone house over 907,000 ancient Egyptian artifacts. And there are at least 48 additional museums housing significant collections as well. Egyptians were meticulous record keepers. In just one section of one precinct of one temple complex in one of the many cities that date back to ancient Egypt, archaeologists have discovered 900 ancient Egyptian statues. There are hieroglyphics everywhere, riddling the walls from floor to ceiling on ancient temples far and wide. There are thousands of homes, tombs, temples, palaces. We have papyri, records dating back 4,500 years. We have genealogies, hundreds of diplomatic correspondences, stelae, paintings, bones, tools, and so much more. And what's more, the dry desert has preserved all
But you know the main thing? The Bible never mentions the pyramids. Think about that, people. Think about it real hard, yo. Real hard. Why doesn't the Bible mention the pyramids? Good question, right? But they say, you know, motherfucking Moses in Egypt and the pharaohs and all this shit, but they don't never say nothing about the damn pyramids.
This, yet there's not one single mention of Israeli slaves, plagues, Moses, Joseph, or the Exodus. So according to scripture, the Jews were in Egypt for hundreds of years but left no signs or traces of their existence? No mass graves or bones with Israeli DNA? No carvings or written records of them? Nothing? And this doesn't just go for Egypt. No matter which way they went, the entire trek from Egypt to the land of Canaan yields absolutely no sign of a massive Jewish immigration where hundreds of thousands of them died over the course of 40 years. We would expect to find something, anything. Literally the kind of evidence that Bible scholars put forth for the Exodus story is things like, the Bible mentions Egyptians having copper mirrors, and sure enough we found copper mirrors. Well, that's about as dumb as saying that we know God parted the Red Sea and violated the laws of physics because the Bible mentions swords, and Egyptians had swords. Thanks, Einstein, but I think you've been smoking a bit too much of that burning bush. Thank the Lord for that burning bush. But here's the thing, there were trade routes connecting Egypt with the entire ancient world at the time, and we know that Egypt imported a significant amount of copper from the Timna mines in Israel. The Bible's authors wouldn't have ever even had to have lived in Egypt to easily be familiar with one of Israel's leading exports. Now, after searching in Egypt for years for signs of a Jewish slave population, both Jewish and Egyptian archaeologists concluded that there wasn't a shred of evidence to this story. These are the experts that are saying this. Christians and Jews sometimes respond to this lack of evidence along the desert trek by saying that sand has covered up all of the evidence. Okay, but that's not evidence, that's just an excuse for why they haven't found anything. But it gets worse than that. I'm here in Israel standing in front of the Ramses Gate, a remnant of an ancient fortress that dates back over 3,000 years. The land of Canaan was conquered by the Egyptian Empire in 1457 BCE, and they ruled over it for the next 350 years. During the Egyptian New Kingdom, the Egyptian Empire stretched all the way to what's modern-day Turkey, and it included all of the land of Canaan, which is modern-day Israel. This time frame thoroughly covers the time that biblical historians claim that the Exodus happened. If the Jewish people actually fled from Egypt during the Exodus, why on earth would they flee from Egypt into other Egypt? They'd literally be fleeing from Egypt to more Egypt. This fortress isn't the only evidence of Egypt's control over the land of Canaan. We have Egyptian stele bragging about Egypt's conquest of the land of Canaan. Prior to Thutmose III's conquest of Canaan at Megiddo, Egypt was conquered by the Hyksos people, but they pushed off the Hyksos and expanded their empire all the way to modern Turkey. And we know this empire lasted for hundreds of years. Almost 200 years after Megiddo, we know that Ramses II fought to preserve Egyptian control over Canaan at the Battle of Kadesh, fighting back the Hittites. He recorded elaborate details of this military campaign on 4 different temple walls, and the story is also written and preserved on papyri. In addition to that, to this day we have 2 copies of the peace treaty that resulted from this military campaign between the Egyptians and the Hittites in both cuneiform and hieroglyphics in both Egypt and Turkey. And we have at least 369 diplomatic correspondences from this time period between Egypt and the surrounding nations. Many of them were kings in what's modern-day Israel, Lebanon, and Syria who were established much as Egypt's vassals. It's very clear in reading their correspondences that they were subjects of the Egyptian crown. Heck, we have 66 correspondences with Rib-Hada, the king of Byblos alone, which is modern-day Lebanon, and he was a subject of the pharaoh. We have even more letters from the kings of Jerusalem, Tyre, Amurru, Mitanni, Damascus, Akko, Megiddo, and Gezer, all located in modern-day Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. They grovel before the pharaoh, ask for interventions, assistance, etc., because they're all subjects of the pharaoh. When King Thutmose III made the trek from Egypt to Israel with a gigantic army, he did it in just 9 days. If the number of Jews fleeing Egypt was as big as the Bible claims, they could literally form a line 5 to 8 people across, and by the time the first of the group were arriving in the promised land, the rest of the party would still be leaving Egypt. And yet you mean to tell me that they wandered in this tiny, minuscule region for 40 years?
People are not asking the right questions. They're not asking the right questions because they kind of think they already know the answers.
No matter how you stretch it.
Yeah, how you get lost in the desert for 40 years doesn't make any sense. Alright, so that's done with that. That underpainting is ready to go. We'll let that dry for a while, and like I say, we'll take this off the easel and put up this painting here and start adding a second layer of paint to that. But I need to go heat me up something to eat, yo. I'm fucking hungry. What time is it? It's 9:20. Let me go grab some food real quick and I'll be right back.
Shorter than the length of Arizona. One rabbi even says that 3 million Jews were at Sinai and claims that that's only 20% of the Jewish population at the time, and according to the Talmud, 80% of them stayed behind in Egypt. So 12 million Jews stayed in Egypt even longer and still left no trace of their existence? That makes about as much sense as high-definition censored hentai. You can argue that the reason that there's no evidence of Jews in Egypt is that the pharaohs tried to wipe out all history of them, but they tried that in other instances and failed. First, Akhenaten tried to institute monotheism in Egypt by wiping out all records of the rival god Amun, and yet we still have records of this imaginary god thousands of years later. And Thutmose III tried to erase all memory of his mom. That must have been a happy relationship. Destroying her face from monuments in an action that the Romans would later refer to as damnatio memoriae. And that failed too. We still know a fair amount about his mom, including the fact that he tried to wipe her memory from history. So if they couldn't pull this off with individuals and fake gods, how on earth do you expect people to believe that Egypt was able to completely and successfully cover up all traces, tools, bones, and mentions of a population of between 3 and 15 million Jews? Furthermore, we don't even know who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. Some Christians and Jews thought that it was Moses, and God delivered to him the history of mankind on Mount Sinai.
The Lord Jehovah has given unto you these 15 Ten commandments!
Sure, it's a cool story and all, Rumple Foreskin descending from the mountain after chatting up God, but there isn't a shred of truth to it. Every account about Moses is written in the third person. Numbers 12:3 says, "Now Moses was a very humble man, more humble than anyone else on the face of the earth." Is that really something a humble person would write about themselves? And Deuteronomy records Moses' death. If he wrote the book, how'd he jot that down? Most scholars believe that the Pentateuch, or the first 5 books of the Bible, were written around the 6th century BCE. That would have been hundreds and hundreds of years after the death of Moses, if he existed at all and wasn't pure myth. Lastly, Genesis 14 talks about the town of Dan, but according to the book of Judges, the name of the town at the time was Laish and wasn't changed to Dan until more than 300 years after Moses' death. So whoever wrote the book is referring to the town by its new, more modern name. It's pretty obvious that Moses didn't write the Pentateuch. So if it wasn't Moses, why are people dedicating their lives to follow a book with no evidence, with evidence against it, that's written by anonymous authors? This is madness!
This is
the Bible. The Jews were never slaves in Egypt. Like the rest of the Bible, it's a mix of myth and legend. And it's about time that we start embracing reality. Whew, that was a lot. How was I able to condense all of that down like that? Well, this video and my video on the pyramids took about 2 months of research, a trip to Israel, and weeks of editing, including 4 consecutive all-nighters and multiple 16-hour workdays. Without a team of editors and researchers, that's enough to burn just about anyone out. Not me. But it gets worse though. If this video gets between 10 and 15,000 views, like my video on the pyramids did, it's unlikely that it will even break $100 in ads from YouTube. Now, I've never been in this for the money, and I firmly believe that videos like this are an extremely important resource, especially when we're facing mountains of misinformation, pseudoscience, and religious dogma left and right, day in and day out. I've been doing this for 3 years, and I've released over 125 videos like this promoting science and critical thinking. And the only way that I've been able to do this is because of your generosity supporting my work. I appreciate that. About once a year, I'll ask for support like this, and I'll get a decent bump in patrons, which helps cover expenses so that I can keep making these videos. And then it slowly trickles back down with either people's credit cards expiring or people unpledging for whatever financial reasons. So this time I'm changing my goals on Patreon. If you want to help this channel succeed, I'm setting my first goal as the basics that we need just to break even. That's a basic salary as well as all of my business expenses. Things like my video editing suite, the subscription-based animation software tool that I use, royalty-free video footage, and everything else that goes into this. But why stop there? See, I want to step it up a notch. If you want my channel to succeed and actually be able to compete with the misinformation of channels like PragerU, then we have to do more, and we can do more. So I'm setting up additional goals to hire assistants, get a team of researchers and editors, rent a dedicated studio building, have an advertising budget to increase our reach, and so much more. The #1 hurdle that I've faced the last 3 years has been funding. And you can help with that, even if it's just a couple bucks a video. Please go to patreon.com/holykool-aid and pitch in what you can. Thank you, and thank you so much to everyone who's supported my work so far. You guys rock. And as always,
dare to be curious.
But don't drink the Kool-Aid!
My relationship with Kim is my relationship with the bank.
I do consider Dennis a friend. Actually, I consider him a lot like family.
They know their customers and they go above and beyond what they need to do.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey. Wait, Mom, before you check out, do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no. It's a free browser add-on that automatically applies coupon codes when you...
Alright, jar's getting kind of empty. Dang. Alright. But I got some, breakfast. Look like sausage? It's not sausage. Ooh, salmon patties. Y'all don't know about that shit. You ever had a salmon cake? A salmon cake or a salmon patty? Oh yeah, that's fish. It ain't sausage. Oh yeah, fish and biscuits. Y'all don't have fish and biscuits for breakfast? Huh? I don't know what y'all missing out on. I love fish for breakfast. My boot too tight. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna eat this, and then we're gonna put that next painting up on the easel. See what we can get done with that for a couple hours. What's good with y'all though? Starting your day off right, I hope. Hope everybody woke up on the right side of the bed. You know, in a good mood, ready for some positivity. That's all I got to offer. All right, yeah, that's not. I don't see anybody talking any news or politics or nothing this morning. Social media kind of quiet. COVID got everything shut down. We ain't had no good school shootings or nothing lately. You know? That shit right here. I had to buy me. I said buy. I mean, I had to bring some waters upstairs, and I ain't got no waters in the fridge. Stop the camera. I ain't got no water in the mini fridge. I gotta keep some water up in here. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Keep that high quality H2O, baby. You know what I'm saying? I love this shit. This is what mostly your body made out of, is water. And y'all motherfuckers hate to drink that shit. Nigga, you're 65% water, man. I mean, you gotta drink more water. It is what you made out of. Got my door open, letting all the heat out. Have you some fish and biscuits for breakfast, and drink some water. You'll thank me for it. Motherfuckers think, oh, I drink water because I'm poor. That's what poor people drink. People with money drink juice and soda. Nah. If you want to be rich and healthy, drink more water. Less soda, less juice. It's hard to even find a real good juice nowadays. It ain't processed and has artificial flavors and colors and all that shit in it. That's why when I drink juices, I like apple juice. Some Mott's. You get some Mott's 100% apple juice. That's all it is, man. Just apple juice. I drink that shit. Wanna know what that fish do? Hey man, you eat enough fish, that fish make you strong, bro. I should eat big muscles, man. Eating all that fish. You know? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Fish give you muscles, man. Gotta eat that fish, man. A lot of protein in this shit. A lot of good fats. And a lot of good stuff for your hair. All in fish. Gotta make sure you chew your food up good though. More protein, less carbs. Man, I only got one piece of bread, man. Only got one piece of bread. I had 2 pieces of fish, 1 piece of bread. You know, gotta balance that shit out. I can't wait to start working out my leg again, man. My leg's so teeny now. I'm not being able to walk on it, man. I lost a lot of fucking muscle. My calf feel all slack and flabby. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? I have to do a lot of leg workouts. A lot of them. And isolation with just my one leg and just work this bitch the fuck out as soon as I can start walking again. Oh, bro. The only way I buy eggs is 36 at a time. I get the big ass carton of eggs, yo, 36 eggs. And I run through them bitches in like a week and a half. Every week and a half I be buying more eggs. I eat an ass of eggs. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Make me some oodles and noodles and put me some eel in that shit. Chop up some scallion onions, put in that shit. A little bit of parsley. Drop 2 eggs in that motherfucker, yo. Should be booming. Even when I fry my chicken, I dip my chicken in egg batter, yo. Chicken on top of chicken. You know what I'm saying? You season your chicken, then you roll that shit in your egg batter, then you roll that shit in breadcrumbs, then you put flour on that shit. I ain't gonna tell y'all what seasonings I use. I already gave up my recipe, man. Egg batter, breadcrumb, then flour. Fry that bitch up, man, you had the crispiest chicken ever. I bought them eggs. Now I'm sitting right next to the trash can. Still miss that bitch. All right. That was satisfying. Indeed, it was. All right. Okay. Nope.
When it comes to history and archaeology, not all evidence holds equal value. For example, what would it take to demonstrably prove that the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II was indeed a real person? If we have just one written account about his life written hundreds of years after he died, even if it's a full book, that's not the best evidence. After all, we have stories about Hercules, Odysseus, Robin Hood, Gilgamesh, King Arthur, and many others who may or may not have even been real people. A bit better than that are contemporary accounts, written during the life of the person in question, either by them or by a scribe. First-hand contemporary accounts are obviously more reliable than contemporary second-hand accounts, and it gets increasingly worse the further down the game of telephone you go. It helps if the stories are based in real locations, but again, that's still not quite good enough. After all, while Troy and Athens were in fact real places, the Iliad and the Odyssey are mythical stories, and the existence of London doesn't prove the events of Harry Potter. Statues, coins, pottery, and other artifacts dating to the time of the person in question with names and faces of that person on them, like coins featuring Caesar, are pretty good.
How much were you looking to get out of it? I need about $350.
But still not necessarily conclusive. For example, we have ancient Greek pots featuring the myth of Theseus and the Minotaur, which is obviously myth. Now, all of these pieces of evidence can add up to make a more compelling case for the historicity of a character or event, but the gold standard, if we want to demonstrably prove the existence of someone, is to find the body. That's not always possible, but in the case of Ramses II, we don't just have a tomb or a skeleton, we have an entire necropolis telling the tales of the victories of his life, marked with his name or cartouche, containing his preserved, mummified corpse, buried in the style of the pharaohs, dating to the time of his death, and we can even sequence his DNA and the DNA of his ancestors and descendants' preserved corpses to see if they match. On top of that, there are contemporary mentions of him located in foreign countries. Now, this still doesn't mean that all of the accounts of Ramses II's great military campaigns are accurate, and people have a tendency to brag and stories become embellished into legends over time.
When he sets up his record of the Battle of Kadesh, Ramses proves that he's the greatest spin doctor of the ancient world.
The carvings tell the story not of an inconclusive truce, but a clear-cut victory.
But there's a reason that no respectable historian or Egyptologist doubts the existence of Ramses II. Let's compare that to the story of Joshua in the Bible. Arguably one of the most important characters in Old Testament history, leading the Israelites into the Promised Land. So just how good is the evidence for Joshua? Well, we don't have a mummy, or a skeleton, or even a tomb. Oh, and don't be thrown when someone shows you something like this and says, look, it's Joshua's tomb. There are many, many sites like this proposed as Joshua's tomb hundreds, sometimes thousands of years after his death, including locations in Turkey, Israel, the West Bank, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, and Lebanon, all claiming to be Joshua's tomb. Truth is, no one knows where he was buried if he lived at all. There are no
promise made in the dark.
No contemporary artifacts mentioning Joshua, foreign or Israeli, and the only contemporary artifact mentioning Israel itself at all is the Merneptah stele constructed in Egypt around 1209 BCE. It is currently the oldest archaeological mention of Israel, period, and records how Israel was utterly laid to waste. As I mentioned in my first Nothing Fails Like Bible History video, we know that during this time period the land of Canaan was under Egyptian control. We know this because of remnants of Egyptian mines and fortresses in modern-day Israel that
I did my first session of physical therapy on Friday, and I got to do that once a week. Physical therapy once a week, and my doctor said she wants to see me again in, well, it was 4 weeks. So now, and that was, she told me that on Tuesday. So in about 3 more weeks, I'll go back to my doctor again to let her look at this, at my foot, but I don't think I'll come out the boot then. I might be in the boot for 6 more weeks or 8 more weeks. I have a paper downstairs that kind of has a broad outline of how my recovery should go. So with surgery and then cast, it had a cast for a certain amount of weeks, and then it's the walking boot for a certain amount of weeks, and then it's still like light stepping and not too strenuous work for several amount of weeks, even after the boot comes off. So yeah, and that's everybody just saying, don't try to rush it, bro. Your foot don't hurt. That don't mean you can go out jogging and mountain climbing and shit. It's like, bro, just take it easy. Let your shit heal up all the fucking way, and then you can go back to the gym and start putting weight on it and moving and pivoting like normal. They're just like, let that shit really heal up, bro. Don't force it. Don't rush it. And I'm not, because I don't mind sitting down. I like sitting down. You know, I'm not the athletic type of guy. I'm not out there trying to run and jog and swim and play tennis any fucking way. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to rush this shit. I want my shit better all the way. All the way. I ain't fucking around with this shit, because my physical therapist, he was like, bro, the worst thing ever is to re-injure yourself before you're fully healed. And he's like, I see this shit happen a lot. Motherfuckers come in here with the same injury and they start feeling better and they feel like they can walk around pretty good with the boot on, and motherfuckers like, oh, I'm taking this boot off and just wear some sneakers or some shit. And as soon as they get flat-footed, pop, and fuck they shit up all over again. Now you gotta have a surgery on top of a surgery, and like, I ain't trying to do all that shit, man. For one, that shit too expensive. I ain't trying to pay for another surgery. And for two, I ain't trying to sit down for a fucking year. I'm trying to have this shit done and over with in the next 4 months, yo. I ain't want to be sitting down for a whole fucking year. I like sitting down, but I like standing up sometimes too, shit. Ooh.
To this time period, as well as diplomatic correspondences from this time period and numerous contemporary written records of battle victories, in addition to the over 680 archaeological objects that you can see for yourself currently on display at the Pharaoh and Canaan exhibit at the Israel Museum in Jerusalem. So if the biblical timeline was true, this would directly coincide with the time period that Joshua was allegedly growing a massive Israelite army that was pillaging and conquering the land of Canaan. Wait, so the only evidence that we have from this time period that the people of Israel even existed completely contradicts the biblical narrative? Oh. So there's no body of Joshua, no tomb, no contemporary artifacts backing up this story, and what we know about the region from archaeological evidence runs contrary to the biblical narrative. Do we at least have a first-hand account written by Joshua? No. Do we have any eyewitness accounts who saw the events firsthand? No. What about the Bible itself and the book of Joshua? Well, we don't know who the author of the book of Joshua was, but they clearly indicate that it's not a first-hand account. The anonymous author never says, this is what I witnessed, or this is what I saw or did. Instead, they recount stories secondhand, saying things like, these events took place as it was written in the book of Jashar. The book of Jashar? We know absolutely nothing about the book of Jashar. We don't know who wrote it. We don't know when it was written. If it was even a first-hand account, we don't even have a copy of it. So we have at best a second, if not third or fourth-hand account citing a source no longer in existence, written years, possibly centuries after the fact. The author even tells how Joshua slaughtered the Amorite kings, threw their bodies in caves, and placed large rocks at the entrance, noting that at the bottom of the cave they placed large rocks, which are there to this day. To this day, implying that a great deal of time has passed since the story being retold. Even most biblical Christian scholars agree that this story was not written by Joshua or even by a first-hand witness, but was most likely written down sometime around the reign of King Josiah, centuries after the fact. Centuries after the fact. Sure, the story of Joshua mentions real locations that actually existed, but in terms of historicity, that's about all it has going for it. But remember, the story of King Arthur also takes place in a real location, England. But whether or not King Arthur was or was not a real person doesn't make the magical story of the sword and the stone any less of an embellishment. In the same way, the Israelites may or may not have once had a leader named Joshua. The evidence for his existence is extremely shoddy, but even if the legends are based on a real person, that doesn't make them true. When Christians say there's so much evidence for the stories in the Bible, like the story of Joshua, I think that what they may be referring to are things like this: a sculpture made almost 3,000 years after the fact. Or this, a painting made almost 2,800 years after the fact. Yes, there's a lot of people who talk about this story, but no matter how many songs, books, or poems are written, movies filmed, paintings painted, or statues carved hundreds or even thousands of years later, based on second or third hand translated accounts passed down through the generations, the fact remains the same. This is not evidence. It is a perpetuation of mythology.
Welcome to Auburn, New York, history's hometown. Start your journey at the New York State Equal Rights Heritage Center, the official welcome center and tourism hub for the city of Auburn. The center shines a light on New York's equal rights heritage, rich history, culture, and events, past, present, and future.
It blows my mind to see Bible-believing Christians doubt things like Sandy Hook or the moon landing, or who think that the earth is flat, here in the information age with real-time live streaming of events, and yet without batting an eye, they will swallow whole a 3,000-year-old story with no corroborating evidence, written centuries after it allegedly happened by anonymous authors based on at least second...
Alright, so I'm going to use this picture this morning, but I definitely might have to just get a different one printed out because I started this painting months ago and got really busy with a bunch of other work, doing commissions and stuff, so I've had this picture sitting in the studio and it hasn't been protected, and so it's all wrinkly here where I've run over it with the chair, and I don't know, it's like peeling away. The paper itself is, I don't know, it's kind of fucked up. The picture is just all fucked up just from sitting in the studio for so long without me actually using it. So I'll get started on it now, but later today, if I have to run out, I'll probably just like have this reprinted so I can have a nicer, newer picture. This shit is all bent up now. It has paint splatters and all kind of shit on it. Yeah, I just need a new photo. But we can make it work for this morning at least. Oh well. And that's why I tell people, like, when they want me to do commissions, like, do not send me a photograph, because I'm gonna fuck that picture up. Send me a digital copy and I'll print it out myself and I'll have my own copy of it. Somebody's like, oh, I have this picture of my mom, I want you to paint, I can mail it to you. Like, no, don't mail me no pictures. Don't send me no pictures, yo, because I'm gonna fuck them shits up. They gonna get stepped on and bent up and painted on, and it's like, I just rather have my own copy that when I'm done I can, well, I don't toss my pictures actually. I do archive them. I have an archive of every photo that I've ever painted, and it's pretty husky now. Like, I've done a lot of paintings over the years. But yeah, and that's something else too. Like, after I'm done with after I'm done painting from a photograph, I want to throw it in my archive and keep it. So, like, if you send me an original picture, for one, more than likely I'll fuck it up, and then after I'm done with the painting, I still want to actually keep that picture. I've always thought about getting an intern to help me, but oh, that's something else I may need to apply for. I applied for a grant last year and didn't get accepted for it, but it's an annual $12,000 grant. And so I definitely want to apply for it again this year. But I don't know, I ain't got no money to pay no interns. Well, interns do it for free, right? Like apprenticeship, but I don't know, like, that's why I am one of the go-to artists in the area, because there's not a lot of other people who go hard as me, not young people anyway. And there was this one program that I was trying to work with the Lackawanna School District to have, like, I don't know, art workshops in the high schools. And that way, if I can get into the high schools and find younger talent, you know, find a 10th or 11th grader who has it, who already has that fire, that passion, and that spark of creativity. If I can find some motherfuckers like that and bring them under my wing, you know what I'm saying? I'll slave the fuck out of these little kids. Clean my palette, paint this right here, do that right there. And you know, they'll love that shit. But I don't got access to no motherfucking apprentices right now. or an intern. You know what I'm saying? I need a little motherfucker I can boss around. But we do have our community arts and culture center that is in the works. So maybe next year I can legitimately have a classroom. Like, we have a building, an entire building for our cultural center, and I can have a classroom in there. And so once we get everything, all the paperwork done, and, you know, really structure what we want to do first, yeah, like I said, in a year or two, I'll have my own official classroom where people can come take classes, yeah. And I'm gonna slave the shit out of these motherfuckers all day. That's all it is. Y'all gonna learn today to paint what? It's too dark. I said it's too dark. Lighten that shit up, man. My pants got all kind of holes in these motherfuckers, man. That shit, they goes like, that's inside my pants because my pocket ripped.
So this is like inside my pocket. I try to stick my hand in my pocket. I be sticking my hand in my damn pants. Put my phone in there, that shit just fall to my goddamn leg, like goddamn. But this background on this piece is really simple in a way. It's mostly blurred out and like whited out, so the background on this piece shouldn't be too difficult. But at the same time, do I have standard skin tone colors? And I don't. Can I keep this though? There may be a chance that I can. No, maybe I can add a color or two and work with this. If I put some Naples yellow on here and some more orange and some maybe something kind of pinkish, either red or some Caucasian flesh tone. So I'm gonna be lazy and try not to clean this palette off because that's what I do, because I ain't got no interns who I can boss around and tell these motherfuckers to clean off my palette and load up the paints I need. I gotta do it myself. You know what I'm saying? So now I gotta figure out colors. Gonna put some Van Dyke Brown on here. Boy. Put a little bit of Van Dyke Brown. Boo. What? Yo, you just ate and you just went outside. You just want to be aggravated. Now, what do you want? What? Hey, I'm not taking you back outside right now. I'm just not. Okay? You just went outside. You just been outside. Yeah? Yeah, you did. Move. Why you all on me though? For real though. Huh? You just want to chill in here? If you want to chill in here, that's no problem, but we're not going back outside right now. You gotta go pee? Huh? You gotta go poop or something? Alright, let me take this dog outside real quick. I mean, I gotta hobble my ass all the way downstairs. I'll be right back. Let's go. Come on.
Go get your toy. Go get your toy. Fucking happy ass dog. Alright. She did have to take a piss real bad though. Where the toy at? Did you even bring it? No, you did. Go get your toy. Go get the toy. Silly ass. Alright. What I said I was gonna need. Something kind of pink. Something like this. Radiant magenta. I guess I'll put that there. Oh yeah. Old school Jones. What are you doing? Why you always got licking? I got paint thinner and stuff on my hand. That shit ain't healthy for you. Stop looking at me. My dogs always want somebody to scratch their ass. They be like, here, scratch this part right here, right next to my asshole, nigga. That's that good part. That's the good part, right next to your butt, right? Weird ass animals. Let's go. Come on, let's go. That bitch run all the way downstairs, no reason. This how she get her exercise, yo. I can't walk her and shit, yo, up and down them damn stairs. Come on, let's go, boo. Go, let's go. Go, let's go. We're good. Go downstairs. Tire her ass the fuck out. Come here. Sit down. Hey, come here. Sit. Good. Stay. Hey, sit. Stay. Here. Here, boo. Sit. Good. Good. Here, get some water. Your ass breathing all fucking hard and shit. Fuck you ain't want to drink water out my food bowl? Pick your ass. Now here's some water right there if you want it. It ain't nothing but water, nigga. Shit. Or you want me to pour some beer in it? But you drink that shit. Boozy what a doozy. Alright, did I get all the colors I need for this? So we got some dark browns, some dark reds, some light reds. We got some oranges, some yellows. Probably gonna need some alizarin crimson on here. But let me, I'm gonna add some red and blue. I got this Deoxide purple works really well, but for some reason, like, I like mixing my own purple with if you use alizarin crimson and some Prussian blue. Damn, I'm burping in fart. It makes a really good purple, and then you can blend that purple with like other reds and browns to get better skin colors. So some red and blue, and then I use orange and green. Believe it or not, if you mix orange and green, it makes a nice kind of brown color to use on black people. So alizarin crimson and some not Prussian blue, I meant ultramarine. You use some alizarin crimson and some ultramarine blue, because the ultramarine blue, if you take ultramarine and add a little bit of white to it, it looks purple to me. It's more on the purplish side of blue. Once you when you bring down the hue a little bit and really and stretch out the pigment, it's kind of a purplish color already. So using this blue and a deep red always makes a good dark purple. I'm just wearing athletic socks with these, and I'm wearing high socks, so I think these are like Dickies or something, because of how the inside of this boot is. Like sometimes, like when I first was wearing it, I was keeping my pants leg up, but I still rather just have like high socks that come all the way up, because my incision is at the bottom of my ankle, so I want to just keep that covered too. So if I were to wear like footies or some ankle socks, like my incision would be exposed. So I just wear long socks so that scar is covered up when I'm wearing this thing. I don't know, for 1 second just now, I had a vision of me spinning this shit on my hand like a basketball and just spin that shit around, and then I thought, like, nigga, as soon as you ever try that shit, you just gonna cut yourself with this glass and just put paint all everywhere, yo. So you'll never see me, like, spin that shit like a pizza or something. But imagine if I could, yo. That'd be some hot shit. I might get something and practice with it off camera on how to spin a paint palette. Alright, so I think I could work with these colors. If not, we'll just have to dig back in the crates and add whatever colors we need. But you got some sections here, some darker color. I always start like dark to light, so the colors normally kind of lighten up as they go that way, but not really this time, but still. Some browns and reds and blues there. I got that light red color. It's called magenta, radiant magenta, which is like a pinkish color. Then my oranges and yellows in the middle. Over here we got some greens, because greens always come in handy, and some extra yellows towards the end, see if we can use those. I believe in you too. You want some of this? Say, doggy. Like, what the fuck are you even looking at, bro? Are you just staring off into space, contemplating, like, being a dog? I don't know. guys. I'm gonna start painting in a minute. I'll probably start painting right at the 3-hour mark. Paint for like an hour or so. Take another, you know, the remaining of this last hour right here to chit chat, smoke my blunt. I got my colors laid out. Boom. That's number one. Oh, my brushes. Well, I could, because these got some dark paint on it, but that's not too bad. Let me get the brushes ready. What was on this brush? Nah, it's not too bad. Okay, we use that one. Got that brush ready. Get that brush ready. Well, honestly, I might, because this little brush has dark paint on it, so I might be able to keep that. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad.
4th or even 5th ham that counts, they'll wash it down with a hymn and call it a Sunday. And mind you, these aren't just stories about battles or everyday phenomena. The book of Joshua is about utterly preposterous pseudoscientific legends, magically parting the Jordan River, toppling the walls of Jericho by yelling at them, and worst of all, making the sun stand still in the sky, which I'm gonna have to cover in my next video. But you gotta face it, Christians, you got a pretty low standard of evidence when it comes to the historicity of your Bible. And this is yet another example of how nothing fails like Bible history. Thank you so much to all my new and current patrons and PayPal donors for supporting this video. We just broke 100,000 subscribers! What was that? We just broke 100,000 subscribers this month, guys, which is super exciting. I've been doing this full-time for over 3 years, and I have really big plans for growing Holy Kool-Aid, including hiring a team, renting a studio, and having an advertising budget. So if you want to help me push back against the current religious insanity that is the evangelical movement and the current United States government, please go to patreon.com/holykoolaid for more information on how you can make an ongoing pledge. I also recently set up a Subscribestar account if you don't like Patreon. And if you want to make a one-time donation on PayPal, you can do that too. My videos will always be free to watch, so whether you make a donation or not, if you like and share this video, it will reach more people. Thank you as always. Y'all are amazing. And until next time, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Shop on Amazon, you should use Capital One Shopping. It's a browser.
Skeptics, Thomas Westbrook here. If you are not familiar with your Bible, then you are in for a treat. You are about to hear an absolutely amazing story. The story of the day the sun stood still. You heard me right. The day the sun stood still. Strap in. 40 years after the story of Moses and the Exodus, which I debunked in episode 1 of this series, by the way, Joshua is leading the Israelites into the Promised Land. The same Joshua who allegedly brought down the walls of Jericho by Joshua is just way through the land of Canaan, slaughtering entire cities full of people left and right. The 5 armies of the Amorites don't want to be destroyed, so they join forces to stop him. God doesn't like this at all, so he launches hail at the Amorites, killing more of the enemy with hail than Joshua's entire army managed to slaughter. Now, if you're not familiar with how hail works, let me put that into perspective. In the United States in 1995, the costliest hailstorm in history hit Mayfest. Over 10 3,000 people were caught in the open with softball-sized hail. Only 4% of them were even injured, and not one single person died.
No fatalities reported that night in Fort Worth, but plenty of injuries.
That's because dying from hail is extremely unlikely. And in the last 20 years, only 4 people in the entire U.S. have died from hail. Compare that to about 6,700 who drowned in bathtubs over the same time frame. If God's going for a miracle, why not just rapid fire some bathtubs at the Amorites? Oh, and incredibly, none of Joshua's army was hurt by this hailstorm slaughterfest that they were right smack dab in the middle of. But we haven't even gotten to the amazing part yet. Joshua didn't just want to win the battle or to make a point. He wanted to entirely wipe out the Amorites. But I guess God ran out of hail and Joshua was running out of daylight, so he commanded the sun and the moon to stop in the sky for an entire day, so he could have extra daylight to slaughter his enemies by. Cool story, but there's just one gaping flaw. The sun doesn't go around the earth. If God is omniscient and the Bible is of divine origins, you'd think he'd at least be able to get heliocentrism right. In order for the sun to stop in the sky, the Earth would have to stop spinning, and that's kind of problematic. You see, at the equator, the Earth spins at over 1,000 miles per hour. If the Earth stopped spinning, everything and everyone would be launched eastward at 1,000 miles an hour, similar to a car slamming on its brakes when you're not wearing a seatbelt. Only a lot faster. It wouldn't be quite fast enough to be launched into outer space because escape velocity is 24,800 miles an hour, but buildings would be leveled, thrown sideways, and ground to rubble. Tsunamis from the ocean would be so high you wouldn't be able to see the top. They'd sweep across the land, drowning the Earth. Now, the atmosphere would keep spinning, but the Earth would stop, creating massive dust clouds moving faster than an atomic blast, resulting in hurricane-strength winds all across the planet. The Earth would stop spinning, but the molten core inside of it would keep spinning and sloshing, resulting in insane tectonic forces, earthquakes, and volcanic activity, potentially super volcanoes, which by themselves can result in a global mass extinction event.
The Earth is literally ripping itself apart from the inside out.
And after the battle, when the Earth speeds back up, everything not strapped down would stay put as the Earth spins into it, slapping life for a second time in one day. Some Bible scholars excuse away this ancient hunk of pseudoscience by saying that the Earth didn't suddenly stop. It just slowed down for a day. But there are still major problems with that. Problems that an insulated Bible scholar may be oblivious to, but a scientist won't let you get off that easily.
There's nothing as unique as our eyes, which is why Essilor pioneers ways to make lenses with 3D cutting-edge solutions.
First, purely from a scriptural standpoint, that is not what the text says. It says that the sun and the moon stopped, not slowed down. But let's ignore that for a second. The Earth's spin causes a centrifugal force, resulting in a bulging effect. In other words, the oceans bulge outwards at the equator. If it were to slow down or stop spinning, even for a day, the oceans would be displaced to the poles, putting the entire northern and southern hemispheres underwater. Ancient Scandinavian, Russian, North and South American, South African, and Australian civilizations would be drowned. And not in a good way. And yet these civilizations date back well over 3,000 years and amazingly weren't wiped out or even affected by this whatsoever. And not a single geologist has found evidence for this catastrophic flood that would have affected only the northern and southern hemispheres, but not the strip of land around the equator. Now, this passage in Joshua also says that the moon stopped in the sky. Well, unlike the sun, the moon actually does orbit the Earth. And the only thing stopping it from crashing into the Earth due to the pull of Earth's gravity is the fact that it's moving so fast. But even if we ignore everything that we know scientifically about the Earth's rotation and the moon's orbit, which devastates this ignorant tale, there's another major problem with this story. If the sun is your only source of keeping time, and you measure time based on its relative position in the sky, or use sundials to track time, how do you know that the day was actually longer? Nowadays, we have digital and mechanical clocks kept in sync with atomic clocks, measuring time based on the number of oscillations of the outermost electron of a cesium-133 atom. But 3,000 years ago, in the heat of a battle, how could they possibly tell that the day was longer than any other than by their subjective perceptions of time, which we know are incredibly deceptive. Lock someone in a room with no daylight and their internal clock is thrown completely off. They say that time flies when you're having fun, like when you're slaughtering the Amorites, but it's really just the opposite. At the end of a day packed full of different activities, we look back at the morning and say, was that really all today? The more that you do in a day, the more memories that you pack into a day, the longer it subjectively feels. It feels like time itself was longer. And in order to get around all of these problems with this story, Bible scholars have come up with no less than 7 different interpretations for this passage. And Christians can't even agree on it. Some argue that it's actually talking about an eclipse, but come on, this passage says that Joshua commanded the sun and the moon to stand still, and the sun and the moon stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed going down about a full day. Does that really sound like an eclipse to you? And the passage says that there has never been a day like it before or since, but we've had thousands of eclipses over the last 3,000 years. They claim that it's a mistranslation from a Babylonian text, but then doesn't that call into question the inerrancy of the Bible? If a solar eclipse is mistranslated as the sun and the moon standing still in the sky and the day extending, then how do we know that the Levitical command to slaughter all abominable homosexuals isn't actually a mistranslation of the Babylonian prophecy that in the year 2005, Brokeback Mountain would be on sale at 100% off on LimeWire? I wish I knew how to quit you. That joke did not age well, did it? Then in the year 2020, Brokeback Mountain would be on sale at 100% off on Pirate Bay. You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of him. Finally, there's the last bit. There has never been a day like it before or since. A day when the Lord has listened to a human being. Billions of people literally pray to God every day, but their own Bible says that the Lord doesn't listen. This entire story is a mess and single-handedly presents a crisis to the Christian faith. And before some Christian comes wobbling into my comments to tell me that I'm taking it out of context, stop. Come back to me when your side can agree on what the context even is. Because until you have some kind of consensus, you're left with nothing but internal confusion and are arguing between your own ilk. Yet here's a passage so preposterous that any 5th grade kid in science class knows it's nuts.
You know what I call the Bible? I call it the history book of the universe.
You're a funny guy.
And
How fast YouTube is with Brave. Notice how there's no pre-roll ads? And here's how you can see how much time you save with Brave.
Christians can't even agree on the interpretation. According to 1 Corinthians 14:33, God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. To quote my friend Alex, if God is not the author of confusion, he's not the author of your Bible. And this is yet another example of how nothing fails in Bible history. If you value well-researched videos like this and you want to help me push back against the demonstrable bullshit of organizations like Answers in Genesis and Focus on the Family, then the #1 way that you can help me to grow and increase the reach of videos like this one is by making an ongoing pledge at patreon.com/holykoolaid. I have a bunch of goals listed there, so you can literally watch as we hit them. We'll hire additional editors, researchers, assistants, a marketing team, and so much more. Or you can make a one-time donation on PayPal. Thank you, as always, to all of my current patrons and donors for your ongoing support. Y'all freaking rock. And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid. discuss controversial topics, tons of YouTube channels have made response videos to me over the last few years. Most have been brand new channels attempting to ride my coattails.
There I was, just going through my Facebook page when all of a sudden, just like the Kool-Aid Man, the video busts into my Facebook wall and causes a very big hole in my happiness.
Douchebags reveling in cathartic insults.
Holy Kool-Aid, an atheist cartoon character. And there's a man who knows his audience.
Or just bad responses that completely miss the points of my videos. So I've never really responded to any of them. Until now. The other day I received a very professional response video by Trent Horn, who's an author, debater, podcaster, and YouTuber with master's degrees in theology, philosophy, and bioethics, and he's also a staff apologist for Catholic Answers. I figured this video was worth addressing in this series for the purpose of expanding this dialogue and to really get at the truth as to whether or not the Bible actually is or is not historically accurate. This is Nothing Fails Like Bible History Rebutted. In my first video, I showed how absolutely massive our collection of Egyptian writings and artifacts is, and how in none of it is there sufficient evidence for the Exodus story. Trent's main rebuttals to my video can be broken down into one of two categories. One, why we haven't found the evidence that we would expect to find, and two, why the evidence that we found is good enough. I'll be covering part 1 of that in this video and part 2 in the next one.
The idea here, what Westbrook is setting up, is that we have a lot of evidence from ancient Egyptian culture through all the different dynasties and kingdoms. So if we have all this evidence, why don't we have similar evidence of the Exodus being directly described in Egyptian texts? Well, what I would say is that's true. We would expect to have a lot of artifacts from Egypt, but not that we would have evidence for everything. There's still things that haven't been discovered yet. After all, ancient Egyptian history spreads over 3,000 years. So there's a lot of artifacts that have been discovered, but there's things that we still haven't discovered yet. For example, an archaeologist named Chris Naughton talks about how we still haven't discovered particular tombs of very famous people like Amenhotep or Cleopatra. So people are still looking for these and other Egyptian sources. We have artifacts we have are missing pieces from statues. Even in the pictures that Westbrook was showing, there's papyri. Some of them are reconstructed and have missing elements and pieces in them.
Missing a fragment of a statue or papyrus scroll, or not knowing the burial location of one person, isn't remotely in the same ballpark as missing all evidence of the existence of a population of millions of people living in a region for several hundred years.
So we do have a lot of evidence, but that doesn't mean we have all the evidence, and we shouldn't be rash to say, oh, we will never find evidence for something in the future, because people have been wrong about that before. Think about the Hittites. The Hittites were an ancient peoples who congregated in Turkey that often came to blows with ancient Egypt. And in the late 19th century, people were saying that the Bible's mention of the Hittites was incorrect. The British Quarterly Review talked about how it was unhistorical and unworthy of credence that the Bible mentions the Hittites, until we found extra biblical evidence for them in the latter part of the 19th century in 1880, and that launched the field of Hittitology.
This is a legitimate point, and I think as time goes on, we probably will find more evidence for parts of some of the stories in the Bible, at least on a much smaller scale. Not the legendary, grand, over-the-top miraculous narrative that the Bible depicts, but I don't think that 100% of the locations, characters, and stories in the Bible are pure myth. That said, Egyptians were meticulous record keepers, and with the millions of ancient artifacts and writings that we have found, if the Exodus story as depicted in the Bible took place, we should have found something conclusive by now attesting to both the legitimacy of the story and to its scale.
We have to understand where the Israelites or the Hebrews settled in Egypt. The end of the book of Genesis talks about how Joseph's family went and settled in the land of Goshen, which most scholars believe is in the Nile River Delta, as you see here. Notice how green and blue it is. That's because the Nile floods the delta continuously. So a lot of the evidence that Israel may have had has probably been covered in floods that have taken place annually over thousands of years. So it makes sense we wouldn't necessarily have direct evidence at this time.
The Nile Delta area is huge. roughly 15,000 square miles. The Egyptians were well aware of the Nile's flooding and built their houses, temples, and fortresses either on higher elevation areas or far enough away from the river to avoid being washed away. There are cities in the Nile Delta that date back thousands of years, and just last year archaeologists discovered ancient tombs in the Delta that date back to before the Exodus. Furthermore, Avaris, which would later become Pi-Ramses, where the Hebrews allegedly departed from at the start of the Exodus, was one of the largest cities in the world at the time. This wasn't just a bunch of floodland. And the other city the Hebrews allegedly built, Pithom, was east of the Nile Delta. On top of this, even if the entire Nile Delta was completely removed from the equation, there are plenty of historical records written about the towns and people in this region all throughout Egypt. So we should expect to find some record of the Jewish exodus in at least one of these other towns.
So let's talk about the wandering then. So we're wondering, the objection is if Israel left the Goshen here, left being under the control of Pharaoh in Egypt, and then wandered into the Promised Land, where is the evidence of this kind of wandering? You know, these people are nomads, they've traveled. Where is the archaeological evidence for all these people going from here over to here, this short distance? Well, Israel Finkelstein, who is a very critical archaeologist, he dismisses the Exodus account and its historicity, and Westbrook quotes him later in the video. But this is what he says, that we wouldn't expect to find this kind of evidence. Finkelstein says, nomadic societies do not establish permanent houses, and the constant migration permits them to move only minimal belongings. Moreover, their limited resources do not facilitate the creation of flourishing material culture that could lead rich archaeological finds. So if the Hebrews left the Goshen and then migrated into Canaan after they left their toils in Egypt, we wouldn't necessarily expect to find many things from them. You know, you could expect in permanent habitations you'll find things like pottery that stand up over time. But nomads like the Israelites didn't travel with things like pottery. They would have used animal skins to contain water, for example. They wouldn't have made permanent housing. They would have used tents to dwell in when they were wandering and traveling nomadically with herds and things like that. Things like tents, animal skins to hold water, they just don't hold up well over time. We're talking about something that happened over 3,000 years ago.
I agree with Trent Horn here when he says that most small nomadic groups aren't going to leave rich archaeological findings, but the Bible doesn't describe a small nomadic group without pottery passing through a region. It mentions a massive group of people living for 40 years in a tiny region with clay pots and jars, which you would expect to stand the test of time, like at this site in ancient Egypt. According to the Bible, the Israelites also had swords and armor and gold and livestock, all of which can last for thousands of years.
The Israelites didn't travel with things like pottery.
Pot, jar.
Excuse me.
Not you, pot, jar.
Even in modern situations when you have something that's very plentiful. This over here, this is a passenger pigeon, all right? It's extinct now, but there used to be 3 to 5 billion, with a B, 3 to 5 billion passenger pigeons in the Americas, in North America. The problem was they were tasty little birds people like to make a potted pigeon out of, and they were easy to catch. People would set up these giant nets to catch them, and they were overhunted to the point of extinction. So there used to be billions of passenger pigeons. Now we have maybe 100 specimens of them that have been preserved that we can find. Because things decay and they break down over time. That's just what happens. Even when something was plentiful, it can be lost as it decays and it's lost over time.
This is a pigeon skeleton. The bones are so light and brittle that they're almost entirely hollow, allowing the bird to fly. Many predators will eat pigeon carcasses whole, and if you step on a pigeon skeleton, it will crack and crumble like crispy nachos. Compare that to the thick, rock-hard bones of a human, a sheep, a goat, a donkey, or an ox. And remember, the Israelites had all of these livestock with them. But Horn is mostly right here. Unless they're frozen in ice in normal, warm, wet climates, even human skeletons will usually completely break down after a few hundred years, all except for the teeth. But in hot, dry deserts like Egypt and Sinai, skeletons can naturally be preserved and last for thousands and thousands of years. So no, we don't expect to find all 2 million skeletons, but it's not unrealistic to expect a population that size in the desert to leave behind at least some remains. In my video, I go on to point out how Egypt controlled Canaan during the time of the Exodus. So if the Hebrews were fleeing Egypt, why would they go from Egypt to more Egypt?
So the question is, all right, why did Israel, if they did leave, they're trying to flee from Egypt, why did they go from Egypt in here into more Egypt over here? Well, let's go back. Why didn't they go somewhere else? Well, you go over here, this is the Sahara Desert. There's nothing here. You will die if you go here.
I 100% agree with that. If you bring a massive population into the desert to live for 40 years, you will probably all die.
This is the Mediterranean Sea. They're not aqua people. They're not going to be able to go there.
Well, it's good to know that God's powers are limited to parting the Red Sea, but the Mediterranean? Now you're just asking too much.
There's not a lot of places to go here.
Or they could have gone south, or onto Mesopotamia, where nomadic Hebrew tribes were flourishing, or around Egypt's Canaanite fortresses and up into Turkey. Instead, they never really technically left Egypt.
There's not a lot of places to go here. And in fact, when we go closer, what the Bible describes is that Israel did not follow the coastal highway and go up to Canaan this way. If I wanted to avoid Egyptian military outposts, instead they went into Sinai.
Okay, but then why did they go back to a region controlled by Egypt?
Well, they're colonies. They're Egyptian colonies. And as the 13th century began to progress, Egypt started to lose control over the colonies in that region. You should know that a colony doesn't necessarily have the same stability and power threshold over it as the regular kingdom state or regular nation state. That's well known in our own history. If you look at the Boston Tea Party and the American colonies, when England started to lose control over those areas.
That's not a very good analogy, because unlike the US and Britain, Egypt and Israel are right next door to each other. They're walking distance away. But it's true that Egypt started losing its foothold in the region in the 1200s. But I'm curious why Trent places the Exodus there when the Bible clearly says that the Exodus took place 480 years before Solomon's temple was built, which most Bible scholars place around 970 to 931 BCE. Now, the number of Israelites the Bible claims were living in and then departed from Egypt is insane. And fortunately, Trent Horn agrees with me on that. One rabbi even says that 3 million Jews were at Sinai and claims that that's only 20% of the Jewish population at the time, and according to the Talmud, 80% of them stayed behind in Egypt. So 12 million Jews stayed in Egypt even longer and still left no trace of their existence?
I would agree that it is incredibly implausible for there to have been 12 million Hebrews in Egypt at that time. I mean, I don't even know if modern Egypt has that kind of a population. So I agree that that's incorrect. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a smaller group of Hebrews that settled in the land of Goshen that later left Egypt. God delivered them, led them out of Egypt into the Sinai Peninsula, and later up into Canaan. Where a lot of people get the millions figure is from the book of Exodus in Exodus 12:37, where it says, the people of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 men, the word there is elep in Hebrew, on foot besides women and children. The word elep there, E-L-E-P, at least that's the transliteration of it. That's a key word there, because it may not mean 600,000 individuals. It can mean 1,000, but it doesn't always mean 1,000. An elep can also mean just a clan or a military unit. So in the book of Judges, Gideon speaks of his elep being the weakest in Israel, which is his clan. And David presented a gift to the commander of Israel's elep, its fighting force, in 1 Samuel 17:18.
Trent Horn, there is something I have always wanted to say to a Christian apologist. You're taking it out of context. The Bible mentions 600,000 Israelites a number of times. Could it be just 600 clans? No, because the Bible also gives multiple censuses for the number of Jews in the Exodus, both at the start and at the end of their time in Sinai. And not just for the whole group. They give exact numbers for every single tribe. Here's just one of the lists. Even if you assume that, say, the tribe of Gad doesn't have 45,650 men, but instead is 45 clans plus 650 men, then let's figure out just how big a clan is. If you add up the number of clans, you should get 598 clans plus 5,500 extra men. But the census says that there were 603 clans plus 550 men, making a clan exactly equal to 1,000 men. That's 603,550 men plus women and children, easily putting the number of people in the Exodus around 2 million.
I would agree that it is incredibly implausible.
The Bible also records taking a half shekel tax, that's about 0.2 ounces of silver, from each of the fighting men who left Egypt, and ended up with about 100 talents and 1,775 shekels of silver, which is about 121,353.6 ounces of silver, which when you do the math comes out to about 606,768 men, give or take a few thousand due to rounding errors, which is right on par with the 603,550 men who they say paid taxes in that same verse. The Bible says that 600,000 men plus women and children left Egypt, and even more than that stayed behind. There is no way that the Bible is correct.
I agree that that's incorrect.
While Trent doesn't outright say it here, it's really common that Christians will argue that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. In other words, our lack of evidence isn't proof that it didn't happen, which is not a good argument at all. For example, if you tell your insurance agent that your car was crushed under a semi today, and they come over to inspect it, but there isn't a ding or scratch anywhere on your car or on you, you can't just get annoyed at your insurance agent's skepticism and blurt out, just because there's no evidence, it doesn't mean I wasn't crushed under a semi, because it kind of does. If the scenario necessitates that said evidence should be there if it happened. By the same reasoning, if millions of Hebrews lived in Egypt for over 400 years, summoned down plagues, killing every firstborn Egyptian male, drowned the Pharaoh's army in a divinely divided Red Sea, and then wandered in the desert for 40 years living on magic bread before invading Canaan and slaughtering all of its inhabitants, you would and should expect substantial evidence for such events. Instead, so far, we just have excuse after excuse for why there isn't anything. But Trent's not done, and in my next video I'll discuss the evidence that he presents for the Exodus, and we'll see if there's actually anything convincing. But for now, this has been another episode of Nothing Fails Like Bible History. Did you enjoy this video? Want to support more like it? You can do so with an ongoing pledge on patreon.com/holykool-aid or by making a one-time donation via PayPal. Thank you, as always, to all of my existing supporters of this show. You guys freaking rock. And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid. Last video, I responded to a very intelligent and friendly Catholic apologist, Trent Horn of Catholic Answers, who gave a lot of excuses for why we haven't found more evidence of the biblical Exodus story. I'll link to part 1 of my response below, so make sure that you go and check that out, but this is part 2, and in this video we'll explore the evidence that he does provide. Now, as he makes his case, let's look at what the Bible claims took place and see if the evidence that we have is in line with and proportional to the Bible's claims. This is how the Exodus story went according to the Bible. A Jewish tribe called the Hebrews or Israelites with a unified collective identity worshiping only one God peacefully moved to Egypt where they were enslaved and labored for hundreds of years. The Egyptian leader or Pharaoh, seeing their population explode, committed genocide, wiping out every Hebrew male child to curb their population. Escaping miraculously, one of those children, Moses, becomes adopted into the Pharaoh's household, becomes an Egyptian prince, tells the Pharaoh to let the Israelites go, and under divine instruction summons 10 miraculous plagues on Egypt, killing every Egyptian firstborn child before leading about 2 million Jews out of Egypt. The Egyptian army then chases them all the way to the Red Sea, which magically parts, allowing the Israelites to pass through before drowning the Pharaoh's entire army. Moses then leads 2 million Jews through a tiny patch of desert for 40 years to get to a land that's only a few days walking distance from Egypt. They proceed to invade this land and slaughter all of its inhabitants and their livestock. So, is there sufficient evidence for any of this?
We wouldn't expect to find descriptions of Israel as Israel or being Israeli. The term that was most commonly used before the year 1000 AD were the term the Hebrews, is a term that was more commonly used. And it's probably related to the term Habaru, which we do see in ancient Egyptian texts. Now, Habaru means dusty or dirty. It doesn't refer to an ethnicity per se, but it more refers to a social designation. So Habarus were nomads, they were shepherds, people that wandered from place to raise livestock. And that really does describe very well ancient Israel, the Hebrews, at the end of the book of Genesis, until they migrated in Exodus to settle in the land of Goshen. So not every Habaru would have been a Hebrew. Hebrews would have been a subset within the Habru. They would have been described as Semitic people. And other ancient Egyptian documents describe the presence of Semites in the Delta region and other parts of Israel, other parts of Egypt, as being foreign spies or threats or rabble-rousers. We go to, for example, Rib-Hadi, who was a vassal of the Pharaoh. And this is what he says: all my cities which are situated in the mountains or along the sea have sided with the Habaru people. So these were nomads that would cause the Egyptians trouble or be troublesome to them. And so that very well fits within the picture of a segment of the Habarus, the Hebrews, settling in the land of Goshen.
A Habaru was a term used for centuries to refer to brigands, bandits, and mercenaries living outside of cities throughout Mesopotamia. Trent's right that it was a social class and not a people group. The Israelites may or may not have been referred to as Abidu or Habidu at some point, but that's inconclusive, and an Abidu presence in northern Egypt does not necessarily mean an Israeli presence in northern Egypt. It might, but we need to be careful making broad conclusive statements. We should start with the evidence, explore the context, and make hypotheses, not start with the conclusion, ignore the context, and search for any evidence that may confirm our biases.
Another piece of evidence we have, once again, that corroborates this, even if it isn't direct. It doesn't mention the word Israel, but if you look, for example, at the tomb of Rekhmiri at Thebes, there are descriptions of Semitic and Nubian prisoners of war making bricks, which is what we see described in the Exodus account, where you would expect people who had been enslaved wouldn't necessarily be Egyptians, but you might find Nubians, people from other parts of Africa, or Semites, people who would come from the Middle East into Egypt.
As with the term Habidu, Semitic is an umbrella term that in this case can refer to Akkadians, Canaanites, Phoenicians, Hebrews, and or Arabs. The tomb of Rekhmiri specifically states that it's depicting prisoners of war taken in conquest from Nubia and Syro-Palestine. This is very different from the story of Joseph and his family settling in northern Egypt as depicted in the Bible. Also, the hieroglyphics in this tomb state that these prisoners were brought to work in Karnak, almost 500 miles upriver from the land of Goshen, where the Israelites allegedly labored. That's off by about the distance from Washington, D.C. to Ottawa, Canada, or from Austria to Greece, touching 11 countries. If Trent is trying to prove that Egyptians were slave owners, no one is claiming that they weren't. If he's trying to show an interaction between Canaan and Egypt, they're literally next-door neighbors. You can walk between some of their major cities in a matter of days. Just as there was an Egyptian presence that conquered and lived in Canaan, there were Canaanite tribes that lived and worked in Egypt. Some people were enslaved, but even these were well documented, and they were small pockets, and oftentimes they would assimilate into Egyptian culture, name their children Egyptian names, and start worshiping Egyptian gods.
Any data point is only as good as the context in which you understand it too. People are always talking about, oh, we found Joseph. There's a famous vizier whose tomb was discovered in the 1980s by a French archaeologist, and this man's name was Aper El. Maybe Abdi El, right? Maybe his name was the servant of El, and he was, and again, we think that he was a man of Levantine origin, right? He was probably from a family that spoke a Semitic language and had come from this part of the world, and he rose to become the vizier, he became the highest official in Egypt. People are like, great, we found Joseph. Right? But if you're not aware of other instances in which people of foreign origin have risen to power in ancient Egypt, if you're not aware of the fact that this guy's son, his name was probably Amenhotep, right? Already, one generation later, this guy's son has become Egyptianized, right? And the idea that he could be the patriarch for this discrete group of people who maintained their Israelite religion and identity, right? If you don't know the whole picture, you're going to lose perspective and interpret something incorrectly. I'm not saying that it's not really cool that this guy was there, or even that the character of Joseph could preserve some kind of memory of people who did this. But unless you ask for the whole picture, you're not going to know how to deal with one piece of evidence or one data point.
A handful of POWs or immigrants is a very different narrative from the massive Israelite slave population of 2 to 12 million that retained its cultural and religious identity for centuries as depicted in the Bible. Oh, and by the way, if you like ancient history, Digital Hammurabi is a fantastic channel, and Dr. Josh Bowen actually helped me with some of the references/sources in my last video.
Also, Westbrook doesn't bring this up in the video, but there is extra biblical evidence for Israel. Now, as I said, the common term was Hebrews, but I do recall actually the word Israel is used before the 11th century because there's a famous stela, or stele. It's a large granite monument called the Merneptah stele.
Take note of this. The Merneptah stele is Horn's strongest piece of evidence, so he keeps coming back to it A lot.
It's a large granite monument called the Merneptah Stele. And once again, we saw the evidence here as described in the Merneptah Stele, as described here in the Merneptah Stele. And then, of course, we mentioned it multiple times, the description of Israel itself, as well as other pieces of evidence that even more strongly corroborate it, like the Merneptah Stele. And pharaohs like King Merneptah.
Christians really love their Merneptah Stele, but I'll let Horn finish making his point.
That was erected by the pharaoh of Egypt, King Merneptah, around the year 1200 BC. And so it talks about his conquest, and there's an interesting part in it. I think it's in the lower part down here. This is it blown up right here. And what it says in Egyptian is it says, Merneptah laid waste to Israel, his seed is not. And so that's what the hieroglyphics say here. He laid waste to Israel, his seed is not. You can look it up, the Merneptah Stele. And it uses a three-stroke symbol to describe that Israel is not a nation, but that it is a social group or a people group. And people groups are usually named after a particular person. And so that lends evidence to the historicity of an individual named Israel, or who we call the patriarch Jacob.
I did bring this up in part 2 of my series, and I showed how it's very much proof against the Exodus narrative. The Bible claims that Pharaoh took his entire army in pursuit of the Israelites. God promises the Israelites that they would never see that army again, and then proceeds to drown every last one of them, allowing Israel to then proceed unopposed by Egypt in their conquest of Canaan. So in what kind of backwards, bizarro world is the complete obliteration of Egypt's army in the Red Sea and Israel's subsequent conquest of Canaan somehow proven by a mention of Egypt's total victory over the Israelites in Canaan?
When a text is free of anachronisms, when it's free of outdated descriptions of things, so for example, if a history of the Revolutionary War described bombers, aerial bombers being used, you know it's not a trustworthy history because it can't get a basic fact right about that time period. Now, just because something is free of anachronisms doesn't mean it's 100% right, obviously, but it's a good sign that it's a trustworthy account. At least it clears a first hurdle. Cases where the text is free of anachronism that are interesting are things like the descriptions of Egypt in the Joseph cycle in the book of Genesis. You see a lot of things that are reminiscent of Egypt in the names and the customs that are described, even the price that Joseph was sold for into slavery. Remember, his brothers sold him into slavery because they were jealous of him. The slave price he was sold for was 20 shekels, even though when the Pentateuch was edited at a later stage in history, the price of a slave went up to 30 shekels. But the author describes it with the correct price in his time, which is a detail that a later author probably would have overlooked.
In the exact same chapter that you just used to argue that the Bible is free of anachronisms, there is a known biblical anachronism. Just 3 verses earlier, there is a mention of a caravan of trade camels in Canaan. The only problem is, despite there being over 20 biblical mentions of Abraham and other tribes in this region owning large flocks of camels, archaeology tells us a very different story. You see, camels weren't domesticated in this region until the tail end of the 10th century, between about 600 and 1,000 years later. According to biblical scholar Dr. Noam Mizrahi, the Bible's mentions of camels do not encapsulate memories from the second millennium, but should be viewed as back projections from a much later period.
At least it clears a first hurdle.
Nope.
This is overlooking the evidence that we do have of Israel being in Canaan, being in a part of these vassal states, whether they're described as Habaru, people who were the dusty and dirty nomads, who the Hebrews are a subset of that, who are giving the Egyptian vassal states trouble. And look, he's saying, oh, the vassals are always asking for help and writing about things. Yeah, but they still have to deal with these nomads, shepherds, herders, giving them grief. They write about them. They may not have gotten help from Pharaoh in that regard. They're just trying to please the Pharaoh and tell him what is going on and grovel before him, but not necessarily expecting any genuine help, especially as Egypt's control over the colonies wanes at the end of the 13th and in the 12th centuries. And then, of course, we mentioned it multiple times, the description of Israel itself as a people group at the end of the 13th century. It all adds up there.
No, it doesn't. The mention of Habiru in Canaan, which may or may not have included the Israelites, and the mention of Israel in Canaan, is only proof of Israel in Canaan. This is not proof of the Exodus out of Egypt. The earliest written accounts of the Exodus Exodus story are from a full millennium after the events they depict, and we don't know who any of the authors are. Was this folklore? Was it written by historians? Was it passed down by word of mouth through songs or poems? By who? Is it a collection of different legends and stories of various tribes unified into one narrative? We don't know. There's a lot of speculation, but we just don't know.
I have noticed this sometime with atheists who approach the Bible that there's only two options. Either you have a extremely conservative, almost fundamentalist approach to Scripture. You either have that option, or you have complete fabrication, myth, unhistorical approach to Scripture. So what Westbrook is doing here is saying, well, either Moses wrote the Pentateuch, wrote the Torah, or some random anonymous person wrote it 500 or 600 years later, and there's no reason to believe it's trustworthy in any way, shape, or form.
Wait a minute, I never said that one person pulled it out of whole cloth. It was written by anonymous authors, we don't know who wrote it, and most Bible scholars do speculate that the earliest complete Pentateuch may have been compiled in the 6th century. That said, the oldest texts that we actually have aren't anywhere near that old. That doesn't mean that this story isn't an amalgamation of various cultures, traditions, and legends. It just means that it's not necessarily the most historically accurate. I'm sure that there are some historical tidbits of truth sprinkled throughout the stories, but the Bible is just too far removed from the original events to be historically reliable, especially with the older stories in the Bible, like the stories of the Garden of Eden, Noah's Ark, and of the Exodus.
Most biblical scholars do not hold to the view that Moses wrote the Old Testament, that Moses wrote the Pentateuch, the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. Most biblical scholars don't hold to that, at least since the 19th century, with Wellhausen's documentary hypothesis, also called the JEDP theory, which is a theory that the first 5 books of the Bible are composed of 4 different sources that were compiled over time. These have been called the Yahwist source, the Elohist source, the priestly source, the Deuteronomic source, and then they were later compiled together during the Babylonian exile. So it's not like somebody just in the 6th century BC just invented the book of the Exodus story right out of whole cloth. The other alternative is that reliable traditions were handed down both in written sources and in oral traditions. And we do have evidence of written Hebrew texts in the 10th century.
Do we though? There are 2 potential texts that Horn might be referring to. The Keopha Ostracon, yes, this is it in its entirety, and the Gezer Calendar. Neither of them mention the Exodus, Moses, Pharaoh, or Israel. In fact, they don't contain any scriptural text at all. One is a short calendar guide for planting and harvesting. The other contains non-scriptural instructions on how to treat widows. And according to an analysis by Dr. Christopher Rolston, they're not even conclusively Hebrew. But that is such a red herring because it does not matter. Trent is arguing that because Hebrew writing may have existed this early, at least a few hundred years after the Exodus, they could have written it down at that point, meaning that they didn't have to pass it down via word of mouth anymore after the first few hundred years. But heck, Moses could have written everything down in Egyptian hieroglyphics, which God could have preserved to this day, right as the events were taking place, if the story was actually that important. Or God could have at least preserved the original 10 Commandments if they were so important. But it wasn't, and they weren't.
It's not like this was all passed down orally. There is evidence of Hebrew writing in the 10th century. And if that's the case, we'd have written records.
But we don't!
That would describe an event that was only a few hundred years previous. That is actually very close when you look at descriptions of things from ancient standards. I mean, the first biography we have of Alexander the Great was written 400 years after he died.
Huh? You basically just said that if we had better evidence than we have for Alexander the Great, then we would have better evidence than we have for Alexander the Great. I see Christian apologists do this all the time. While he doesn't outright say it, Horn makes it seem like the Exodus story is somehow more reliable than the accounts of Alexander the Great, because you see this tiny fragment of the book of Exodus written 1,000 years after the fact? Well, the Israelites could have potentially been able to have written this down way earlier. Before my next Catholic Uber driver hears stuff like this and tries to tell me that we have more evidence for the Exodus than for Alexander the Great, let's take a look at what we actually have for this Macedonian legend. We have 5 thoroughly detailed accounts documenting Alexander's life and campaigns by both Greek and Roman historians, and almost every every single major historian after that point whose works survive to this day at least give him a mention. We have a Babylonian account of his victory over Darius III at the Battle of Gaugamela, literally written while his campaign was taking place, as well as other contemporary foreign mentions of him like this text from 330 BCE at a temple in Priene, stating that Alexander the Great dedicated the temple to Athena. He's written about in contemporary Egyptian hieroglyphics and was depicted at the Temple of Luxor after he conquered Egypt and built one of the most prosperous cities in the world, which bears his name to this day, Alexandria. There are literally so many coins still in existence which were minted during his life with his name printed in bold letters on them that you can go and buy them online for less than $1,000. We have a sarcophagus depicting his exploits, as well as widespread evidence of the rapid adoption of Greek culture and language that occurred right when he's said to have conquered most of the known world. If he hadn't, your New Testament would not have been written in Greek. So if you are implying that the evidence for or accounts of the Exodus are somehow better than what we have for Alexander the Great, then you're either more dishonest than a used car salesman or so monumentally ignorant that you should not be teaching people history. At the beginning of this video, I gave an overview of what the Exodus story entails. Trent's not a dumb guy, and he's been studying this topic at an academic level for years, and even works for Catholic Answers. Yet the best evidence that he could come up with for the Exodus story was this: mentions of a bandit mercenary social class in Mesopotamia that might or might not have included the Hebrews, a one-line mention of Israel being wiped out which contradicts the Bible, a tiny faded shard or two that might be in Hebrew dating to a few hundred years after the Exodus that talks about a harvest schedule and how to treat widows, evidence that Egypt took prisoners of war from Nubia and Syro-Palestine and made them work in Karnak. The best piece of evidence that Horn presented was that the slave price for Joseph wasn't anachronistic, but that the Torah got Joseph's slave price right. I'm not gonna lie, Trent, but I'm utterly underwhelmed here. I want to say that I respect you for not just making stuff up like the amateur maverick nutjob Ron Wyatt, who claimed that he found a chariot wheel in the Red Sea and also claimed that he discovered the Ark of the Covenant, the Tower of Babel, Noah's Ark, Sodom and Gomorrah, the real crucifixion site of Jesus, the post-flood houses and graves of Noah and his wife, the real Mount Sinai, and an earthquake crack containing Jesus' blood, which he claimed was 24 chromosomes, 23 from Mary and 1 from God, instead of the usual 46.
All of us have had the frustration of trying to convince somebody the Bible is true with basically no proof. Well, now God has provided the proof.
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
That said, Trent, if you're trying to prove the Exodus story as depicted in the Bible, you're really reaching here. I know that you really want this to be true, but you've got to follow the evidence. And the evidence we find is not the evidence that we should find if the biblical narrative is true. Just because you have Catholic answers doesn't mean you have the right ones. There's one other claim that Trent made that I really want to address, but I think it deserves its own video. So if you like these response-style videos, you're in luck. There's one more coming. If you prefer my usual content, don't worry, I promise it will be my last one, at least for a long while, and I'll be back to making my usual videos. Either way, thank you so much for watching, and thank you to all of my freaking amazing patrons for your ongoing support. And if you're not aware, this show is fan-funded on a per-episode basis, so if you enjoy watching me explore religious, paranormal, and supernatural claims, or if you want to help me push back against the denigration of atheists and the propagation of harmful pseudoscience and dogma, please consider making a per-video pledge on patreon.com/holykoolaid or on Subscribestar. You can also make an easy one-time donation by credit card via PayPal. And as always, dare to be curious, but don't drink the Kool-Aid.
I am not to be truffled with.
what's up, skeptics? Thomas Westbrook here. Can the stories in the Bible be taken literally as natural historic accounts, or are there problems that arise when interpreting Christian scripture this way? Unless you see the Bible as pure metaphor or allegory, you can approach the Bible, or any religious text for that matter, in several of the following ways. On one end of the spectrum, you can take the stories as pure myth, complete and total fiction without a shred of truth in them. Then you can approach them as legend, where some but not all of the people, places, and events described are based loosely in reality before being exaggerated and embellished over time, resulting in a grand, largely non-historical big fish fantasy. On the other side of this truth spectrum, you have the Bible as a true human interpretation of completely natural historical events. An example of that would be saying that the Red Sea did part during the Exodus story, but it was the result of completely natural strong winds and just the right placement of a land bridge right below the surface of the water.
It may not have been like the classic movie, The Ten Commandments. In fact, a new study published by PLOS indicates that strong, persistent winds could have been a major factor in the sea's movement. So they did these computer simulations recreating 3,000-year-old acts, and then they found that 63-mile-an-hour winds blowing for 12 hours could have actually pushed the water.
In the last 20 years, there were only 4 reported deaths from hail. That alone...
Before you check out, do you have honey installed? What's honey? Oh, no. We have it very...
Alright guys, we're back to more Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. About to continue the main story. Thank you guys so much for all the support on this series. What I'll probably wind up doing is... I don't know, if I play and beat the story pretty quick, what I might try out is some zombies. Yeah, I kind of hope the zombies has a story this time. Because it kind of did in one of the other ones. But anyways, you guys are amazing. Best audience ever. Let's get this.
It's about time. Been waiting for your call.
They caused a hell of a mess in Moscow. Was it worth it?
Adler managed to get the list of sleeper agent names, despite himself. He's got balls, I'll give him that.
Bell did well.
Seemingly. But I think that team is getting too comfortable. They're acting like they know who they're dealing with.
Perhaps.
Turns out, one of those sleeper agents is tied to Operation Greenlight. Theodore Hastings. He's a nuclear engineer based out of Salt Lake City.
And you believe Hastings is the one you'll activate?
Exactly. Total surveillance is already underway. It's only a matter of time before he leads us straight to Perseus.
This is it. The recent movements of Theodore Hastings has led us here. Cuba. Right in our backyard.
A vacant government facility in the Cuban countryside has become a hub of activity for Perseus, and the likely location of the stolen nuke.
No doubt Castro allowed it.
$20 to anyone who could bring him down before me.
Who? Castro or Perseus?
Whoever.
We are not going to let him move this nuke inside the States. It's time to take down Perseus once and for all.
Team, wrap up any unfinished business. Once we strike, there's no turning back.
Alright. Pretty much says that, hey, we need to do everything in the side stuff. Alright.
Yeah, you got my sure as shit guarantee.
Alright, here we go. What I'll probably wind up doing is, I do have all the evidence for this one. I think, hold on, let me double check.
Ready?
I think this is the one.
Look ready.
Examine evidence, alright. Okay, so here's what we can kind of do. Let's inspect
The lead agents have been
everything.
exchanging information with the KGB through a series of dead drops. MI6 believes the watch we recovered in the KGB contains an encoded list of recent drops. Let's see what you can decipher.
Alright, so wristwatch containing dead drop list. Okay, bearded lady delivered 3 files. Bearded lady. Wait, what? I mean, I'm gonna guess the one on the far upper right, but that guy's name's Aaron, so I don't quite know. Hold on. Let's check this one out.
Sounds like a partial report to Moscow on lead agent activities. This should help us narrow down the list of suspects.
The last report from Bearded Lady indicates a vote in Parliament is happening soon. He believes he has enough influence to convince others to side with him. Strongman is concerned she's being monitored. Suggests KGB run interference for her. Juggler is worried he may lose his next election. Recommends active measures against his opponents.
This is going to be kind of tough because I have to pick 3 people before this thing goes. If I pick the wrong 3 people, it's a wrap.
That ledger from Krause's apartment might hold some clues to the lead agent identities. Seems Krause was a middleman to funnel money for them.
Alright, so that's the 3rd piece. This final one is not even evidence. Okay. Man, I don't know what to do. Give me like 1 minute. I'm going to like look these over again without wasting too much video time. And then I'm going to figure out what I want to do here. Alright guys, here's my issue. And I don't want to look online trying to find this out. I want to do this my own. And if I get it wrong, it's whatever. But here's the problem. So at first I was going to look at this and I see all these dates, right? I took a picture of my phone. I was alright, I'm going to compare these. And then also this one right here has dates as well. Problem is, if you examine the suspects, they have recent travel lists. And like this guy matches one of the dates. She matches one of them. This guy matches one. This guy. And everybody matches one. So it's tough. You can't really use that. I feel like I'm playing Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego all of a sudden. What was that game? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I could cross this guy off the list because none of his dates match up. Alright guys, so Strongman's a lady, Bearded Lady. The whole thing was, I thought Bearded Lady, hold on. Now that we know that, let's examine everybody one more time. January, yep, and also Barcelona, Spain, yep, okay. Strongman is a lady though. That's the only problem with that. So we know that it's between those 2 characters. So it's got to be Leslie. It has to be. If Strongman is a lady. My brain right now is just, it's chugging along. Alright, so now we have to worry about... Okay, so we know for a fact this person is one. It has to be, right? I'm going to mark this person. Alright, so the next person is... Sorry, you know what? I feel like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, whatever that guy in that show that has like, there's like a meme of him with a board, and he's like pointing everywhere like it's a conspiracy. We know that, okay, the other 2 people are guys, so we got to figure out. Bearded Lady's a guy. France and, let's see, we'll do, yeah, it's France and possible suspects rerouting to East Berlin, Germany. East Berlin, same dates. Oh, hold on, is it? East Berlin, Germany? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so East Berlin is on September 16th, so it's not that person. It's got to be this guy. It has to be. So, yeah, that's going to be right. So, yeah, that's right. This guy's Bearded Lady, surprisingly. Because the date just makes sense. It has to be. All right, and the last person is the juggler, Copenhagen, Denmark on December 4th, and primary targets, Rome, Italy. I mean, is this the one? Hold on. Let me double check. Let me just double check really quick. December 4th for Denmark, and Rome, Italy, January 9th. 81, yep. Okay, hold on, make sure none of these match up. I'm just like scared to look. Alright, it's definitely not Jim. Jim's safe. Claire, I think her name is. That E looks like a C kind of. Austria. It's also Germany, but it's not the right one. It's got to be these 3. There's no way it's not. That has to be it. Alright, I think I've got my 3 picked. I'm going in. Let's just try it out. Here we go. I'm doing it, man. I've got all the evidence.
Okay. Woods and Mason are going to take point with this. Apparently, Rudnick is lying low in a remote Soviet base in the mountains of Uzbekistan. Not remote enough. We're going to land our boys nearby and pay him a little visit. Let's cut this Perseus sucker down to size.
Trouble getting to the dentist?
I've had a lot of toothaches in the past. I've tried pain pills. They never did anything for me. Nothing works like this right here, Orajel. Just put it right up here.
Command sounded confident. Once we blow the shit out of their radio tower and create a distraction, we'll find out. It's time for a little hide and seek. Alright, we're in position.
Roger that. There's an airmail package ready for delivery. Just need the address. Go ahead and mark the radio tower for us.
I got 2 snipers on? Let me get this M16. Okay. Alright, let's get the binoculars. Go get those binoculars. Yo, this is that snow map. I played this in the beta. Nice.
Mason, mark that radio tower on the ridge.
The radio tower, hold on. I mean, I would imagine this is it. Oh, up there. Hold on. Way in the back. My bad.
Coordinates coming your way.
Roger. The check is in the mail.
There's some strong binoculars, man. I called it in. Nice.
Now get down there and eliminate Rudnick before he escapes.
We don't have a lot of time to miss this guy.
M60. Just missed him. Oh my goodness. I gotta hurry up now. I don't have a lot of time here. I gotta be, Can we hop down? I wanna go, because I don't wanna waste too much time up here sniping. I'd rather get there. Yeah, I definitely want to do the other mission first before we continue the story, because this is actually a story-filled mission, it feels like. It's exciting. Here we go! This M16 is really crispy. I don't know what it is. Whatever that means. It just feels stable. And like the shots matter, you know? Hold on. Another down. Alright, slide a hand though, baby. What we got here? I'm getting shot. Oh, that's the gun I want. I might as well just keep this though. All of them have this.
No matter who you are or where you are, you can achieve your career goals at Purdue University Global. Just
I really like this gun a lot. We gotta hurry. We gotta go search 2 different buildings. We gotta go, man. All right, let's get going. easy. This game has been so much fun to play, guys. This mission took a little while to get into, but hopefully I got the right people. I hope I do. It says search, but why is it saying it's like all the way over here? Hold on, let me go back over here since this icon has moved on me. I don't know the best way to get up there without. Alright, so we came here and then there's nothing here. So it's almost like you just have to hope to find the person, so. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? Something just got marked out a minute ago. I'm gonna go over here now. Oh, I could take this. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. I'm dead. You know what? I saw the guy and I was like, is he gonna shoot that? I don't know if he can hit that shot. Oh wow, I got a checkpoint. I thought it was over. Oh my god. I don't want to go through that door again. That was kind of dangerous. So let's try it this way. I'm confused, like. We got a checkpoint too. All right, let me. I should have took that little snowmobile thing. Can't even see the bird. Is that the head?
You've got the game. Now get the gaming battery.
Overpay for Best Buy. Capital One Shopping can save you money. It's a browser extension that automatically applies.
Nope, I can't even see that. Really? Hold on, guys. Nice of you to join me. I'm just gonna run for it. Just gonna run for it. Over here before. Oh no, he's over here. No way. Yo, this dude is not getting away from me. We're gonna go. This is a cool mission, man. I can now see this one is considered like a side mission. You're essentially only a multiplayer map. And, I'm going down this thing. dead. GG. GG. I should have took one of my, like, you can use them as a body shield. You know, I got wrecked. Alright, checkpoint. We're good. Like it never happened. Hold on. Oh my god, what's that checkpoint? Yo, what is going on? Are you kidding? What are they facing the wall for? This is funny. A rocket launcher, are you kidding? This is the door right here. There we go. Yeah, gotta breathe. Call for exfil. Oh no, I gotta throw this somewhere.
Smoke out.
Chopper says a few minutes out.
Alright, so it plugs it in. Perfect. We'll start the car. I need a tap to begin the scan. Now my $2,000 scan tool.
Where'd these guys come from? Oh, wait. I gotta use this rock, man.
Mason, we have air support on standby.
Roger that. Time to raise the pain.
Yo, let's get it. Yo, is this like the AC-130? This is so nice. Yeah, I used to love the AC-130. What?
Eyes on smoke. Touching down soon.
That wasn't too bad, man. That was a tough mission, just kind of... Hold on, it's not over yet, hold on. There's the helicopter. We gotta go, we gotta go. Man, leave me alone, please. No! Oh my god. Let's get on board! We have this! Nice. Woo. Do we actually... Here's the thing. Do we do it right? Because I don't... Challenge completed. Oh, I did it! I got them all. Let's go. Yo, that's sick. Alright, here's the thing. I really want to do this as well, but I don't have all the evidence. I only got one thing. You literally would have to... Hold on. Yeah, there's no way I can even do this, so I'll have to just keep going with the story, but that was awesome. Thank you guys so much for watching that. I guess I'll just go ahead and continue the story. I may have to do these missions again in my spare time before the ending. Unless I can come back. If I can come back here afterwards, that's awesome. But we got this thing done. I did not think we was actually going to get that. So, all right.
Now's the time to get your home ready for family. For a limited time, get 15 to 20% off everything and special.
Low on ammo, so it really doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that's naked. Left side, maybe? Question mark?
Keep pushing. Drive those bastards back and regain our zone.
Sam Tur's not gonna use clear red. I'm dead. Yep. That was a bad spot, because I could tell I was trapped right there. I couldn't move. That guy's aim is really good, too. See, I'm on like a 4K monitor and everything, and I still couldn't see that guy. Like, sometimes you're just too far away. Like, running and gunning is probably more entertaining to watch, but this is kind of how I've always played. Go over here next to me.
They can handle our off-tempo. Assault that next zone. Enemy forces are trying to recapture their zone.
Somebody trying to come up around?
We're capturing their zone.
That's not somebody. Ah, come on. I don't know if this game does kill streaks, and it looks like it fills the progress bar more so than you have to stay alive. I think it's like, that's kind of how they've changed over the years. You used to have to just get all the kills without dying. Sometimes they give them to you, sometimes they don't. It depends on the Call of Duty you're on.
Focus, people.
You think of DraftKings, you might think sports, but there's so much more. DraftKings used their top-of-the-line technology to create a mobile casino app for a new way to get skin in the game, offering all the games you love, including blackjack, roulette, slots, and more. Download the DraftKings Casino app to play casino games for real cash prizes. New casino players can play DraftKings Casino and get a 100% instant first deposit match up to $250. So don't wait. Download the DraftKings Casino app today.
Take a peek around here. What? Around the same area, hopefully. Well, that was, I thought that one burst hit his head. I don't know how many shots it takes to kill somebody with this thing. Why am I'm spawning so far back? I think I'll probably want to play this more and just kind of get familiar with everything. Still learning, you know, I've only played like this map, it feels like. This guy creeping.
Hit them while they're down. Take their next zone. Capture hostile zone is underway.
Early guy right here. there. Congratulations, Brad. Person knows I'm here. Where are they gonna be at? Got him. Okay, finally, that guy's gone. Keep missing everything. I stunned 4 enemies. It said plus 15 4 times. I'm gonna guess that's 4 stuns on one grenade right there. All right, let's get this thing over with.
Take this zone. Round them.
We got the chopper above too.
Well fought. Maintain current posture.
We're just pushing them out of the map, basically.
We're losing that zone.
Again, there's gonna be a certain point without having anywhere else to spawn.
Hostile attack helicopter inbound. Hostile attack.
He just froze right there.
Loyalty to the party. Loyalty to the motherland. Victory.
I'll take it. Best play. It's kind of a big map. Not really the best. That must have been towards the end, because everybody was just spawning right there. And fire from the hip. That's nice. I gotta learn how to do that. All right, guys, that might be it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. Kind of a slow match on that second one. What's the scoreboard on that? What did I do? Kills really don't seem to matter too much. 3.75. But it was slow, though. I had 15 eliminations. I didn't feel like 15. 15 and 4. Okay, I'll take it. All right, guys. You guys, you know, hopefully the match was actually fun to watch. My play style can sometimes be a little slow, but you know what? It's all good. You guys want more of this game? I just unlocked the sniper. Would not mind trying that out, actually. So, all right, guys, love you. I'll catch you in the next video, or I'll catch you when the game drops in November. So, take it easy, guys.
Coupon code for $221. We're literally about to check out without honey. That is a sin. We have a very serious problem. My mom is currently online shopping, and I don't think she has honey installed.
So first off, hope you guys are staying safe out there. Welcome back to more Black Ops Cold War. Had a lot of fun with this series so far, and I'm not far we are into the game, but I'll tell you right now, if you want the rest of it quickly, just destroy that like button. I love you all, and let's get this. Okay, now it just automatically updates, so we should be good. Is there anybody else back here, I wonder?
In data entry, I could program this blank keycard into a bunker key, yes.
This might be a 2-part mission for me. I don't know how long this is going to be. Don't worry about me. I'm even going to close the door. Oh, no, I already did it. Never mind. How convenient. Opportunity. Is there anything? Okay. Just gonna follow the icon. Can't go through there. Oh boy. Are we headed back in the same spot? Let me double check. Yeah, it's down that hallway. Is this the room we gotta go to? Data entry. I think it is. Oh, is there anybody else? So here's my worry. If I take this guy down, does this guy... Oh, let me see. Let me double check this other hallway. We know this door is going to be clear. I'm worried about this side, though. I literally can't put the guy anywhere, so what I'm going to have to do is kill him, put him on the bench. That's my assumption. Let's just go for it. I didn't want to do that. But we're going to now have to pick the lock. We got to hurry, though. So I'm taking this guy's body in there with me. There's no other way around it. Come on. Oh no, the bot. Yo, no. That was the guy right there when I opened the door. How inconvenient. Or inconvenient. Oh, so you get another chance.
Nobody does football like FanDuel Sportsbook. It's a Thursday night showdown. There's always more ways to win on FanDuel. Get exclusive.
So I guess I'll have to... If I go across like this, will they see me, I wonder? Let's try something really quick. I mean, is there a way I can just, like... I think there's no way to distract this guy. Here's what I'm gonna try. Drop body. What's the odds if I could, like... Okay, if they can see me, here we go. They didn't see me all the way, though. Yo, that's close. No, no, no. Oh, no! Now, why is that considered an icon? We should be alright. Please don't go up there. Okay, they saw me right here. So now I just gotta wait for them to leave, and hopefully they don't go to the right. Because if they do, that's gonna be some trouble. They saw me kill that guy. Or they didn't see me kill him, they just saw me moving the body. I thought, hey, can I just go across? I thought I was gonna put him on the bench, but I mean, if I had tranked him, maybe that would have worked. Please don't go in there. If you do, I'm taking you down, buddy. I have to. Come on, go back. Oh, now, is this guy gonna patrol this time now? Non-lethal takedown? Okay, can I do it? Or should I do it? Oh, but I'm just gonna wait. This guy has to go back, right? He has to go back. Keep on going. There we go. We should be fine now. I say that, but last time, is there not a person like, you see it, you can kind of faintly see his shadow right there. I don't know what to do here, guys. It says a body was found. Like, this person saw me do that, right? I'm curious if I walk through here, what actually happens. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. Is there not any way I could just... Does this person, like, have anything? Maybe I could, like, change into their clothes or something different to help me, like... Because I feel like once I walk up next to this guy, he's going to, like, have the, like, alert symbol next to me. Because this is going to be... It's a restricted area. So I can't be in here. See, look at that. Oh, him actually walking close. Yo, come on, let's go. Did that just save me? I don't think there's any other way you could have got around that. Alright, well, we got that body down. Please don't be anybody else back here. I'm gonna put those, well, I'm gonna put that body, I'm gonna keep it where it is. Enter password, okay, we're doing that right now, looks like. Reprogram the key, here we go. This guy can type pretty quick, just saying. Reading keycard. Remapping. Okay, nice. We got access. Secret file access, too. Building entrance access. We got everything. Granted. Give me them check marks, baby.
Now I need to head to the basement and let Ernestine in.
Let me check everything. Now we do have a few opportunities, because... Yeah, let's go back over here. Oh, no, there's something right here as well. We gotta go to obtain the poison. We got evidence. Yo, let's get it. I think I needed this. That's 3 out of 3. We have all the evidence for that specific operation. That is awesome. Okay. I was worried if I was gonna find that or not. Let me just go ahead and close this door. Actually, let me move the body. There you go, buddy. Nobody will see you there. I'm sure of it. That's awesome. All right, don't mind me. We're good to go. Let me just close this door as well, just in case. All right, so far this has been an awesome series, awesome mission we got here. I just kind of wonder how this is all going to tie together.
How can I help you, sir? One moment.
Oh, I do need to go in here. But I need to get the poison first, right? Is this the poison down here? I wish I could check the map. Let's see. More... Okay, that's where we got a body right there. Yeah, I don't quite know... Okay, whatever. Let's get going. It's time to go here anyways.
Ernestine will need uniforms to get past security. Going to soldiers to the troubleshoot boutique.
Erika here. Send a security detail to meet me in the furnace room. Immediately.
All right. So I had a chance to poison somebody, but I don't really think it matters now since we have the key. I guess there's multiple ways to get the key. We reprogrammed it anyway, so it's all good. Flashing the light. Here they go.
Wasn't sure you'd come through.
I don't have much choice, do I? This keycard gives you elevator access to the bunker.
What about uniforms?
Shh, sounds like they're here now. Okay, I will lead them through in this traveling. You two do the rest.
No, take cover. Keep it clean. Uniforms are no good to us, bloody.
I can't crouch for some reason.
Там, я нашел незапертую дверь. Нету никакого оправдания этой некомпетентности. У нас есть очень строгие протоколы, чтобы это предотвратить. Понятно?
Dang, all right.
Okay, I have to leave, but you should have everything you need. Now, if stopped, you are reporting to Commander Sobel.
Get changed. Here, our weapons and keycard are in the bag.
We're gonna throw them in the furnace by any chance? That'd be crazy, right?
Come on, this way.
All right, here we go. Undercover spies. Let's get it. Or not really spies, I guess. We're just undercover now. The giant scar kind of would give it away, I feel like. This story has been really good considering it's its own timepiece, you know? Like, separate from the other COD games, you know?
Товарищ, можешь отпустить нас?
Ладно.
No metal detectors for us. We're going around.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. I feel like I'm playing GoldenEye a little bit. Just a little bit. Take me back to the Nintendo 64 days.
Досмотр обязателен для всех, без исключения. Вы должны пройти досмотр.
I didn't work. I feel like I'm gonna get something happen here.
Товарищ, доставьте вашу сумку сюда для досмотра.
Поэтому я нам копиности. Дайте нам пройти.
Не принимайте это близко к сердцу, товарищ. У меня приказ досматривать всех, без исключения.
Is this supposed to happen, I wonder?
Товарищ, ты нужен за Кайгу. Я разберусь.
Спасибо, товарищ.
Поздравите, Великов.
Он не здесь, нет?
Пойдем.
Look at a floor reflection. That's crazy. Like I'm just amazed at all this stuff. Alright, here's that room I couldn't get into, so this is hopefully gonna be awesome. Oh, it's an elephant. Yo, I couldn't see all the way through that. Oh, a bunker level, hold on. This guy.
Новый лица. Когда вы прибыли? Ах да, разумеется. Кто ваш командир? Я не расслышал.
Oh no.
Что вы делаете?
I had to do it. I didn't want to pick the wrong one.
It always gets awkward.
We had no choice.
Gear up.
There we go, man. Finally armed after like 40 minutes.
See us down here. Wait for my word.
Прежде чем Кравченко успел... Оружие на землю!
Man, the gun gameplay is just so good. What we got here?
Oh, that's pretty good. 4.5 hours. Oh. And if I want to go any further, I would have to add some more paint to my palette. And so I'm not going to do that right now. We'll just kind of cut it short right here for a little while. Take a nice little break. Yeah, so the second layer of paint is coming along nicely. It's looking good. It's goddamn lunchtime now. Alright, guys. Checking these emails. So I did have someone send me a picture for a commission project. Alright, there's nothing else that I'm missing. I guess I'm just go go find me something to eat and play some video games for a minute. Oi, oi, oi. Almost left without cleaning these brushes out. Damn. Oh shit. So the new Call of Duty Cold War, is that already out? Like, can you play the multiplayer on there? I might see if I download that shit today. I honestly do feel like playing a new game. And I was thinking about getting that Watch Dogs Legion, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind having a new multiplayer shooter. But now with like the Call of Duty that's out now, I don't know, like the communication in that shit be so whack. Yo, motherfuckers don't like talking. And then like with the Battle Royale shit, like if somebody dies too early, they'll just back out the game and then leave the squad with 3 people, and it's like, I don't know, man, that shit be fucking dumb as hell to play sometimes. Alright, so I did get all the brushes clean. And we got a good bit done, actually. So we finished the underpainting for one piece. And we started the second layer of paint on this piece. Working around the face. Oh, damn. So there's a chance I'll be back in here later today. If I don't get caught up on the video games too much. But right now, I am going to have some lunch. Because it's lunchtime, right? It's definitely lunchtime. I'm hungry as fuck. So I'm going to go grab something to eat and turn on some Call of Duty if you guys want to watch that shit for a little while. And I'll catch you downstairs. Peace.